Chapter 311. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao faintly said, "You don't have the qualifications to make me your follower. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to make me his subordinate." With that, Ling Xiao's golden body soared into the sky. The golden light that surrounded his body faintly revealed a noble and domineering aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a high and mighty emperor, causing others to feel a sense of submission and worship. Although Ling Xiao only had the strength of a high spirit master, he cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, and the spiritual energy within his body was many times stronger than that of an ordinary high spirit master. His aura soared. Although he hadn't reached the half-step king level, his aura wasn't any weaker than Li Ming and the other 3 half-step king level cultivators. Even the disciples of the 2 sects felt that Ling Xiao's aura made them feel like they were about to fall to their knees, as if they were subjects in front of the emperor. Li Ming frowned. Looking at the current Ling Xiao, he felt very uncomfortable. He was certain that it was impossible to subdue Ling Xiao, so he immediately shouted, "You're courting death. Kill them all." As soon as Li Ming's words fell, the disciples of the Tai Li sect scattered and took out their own Xian artifacts. All kinds of spirit beasts also appeared at their side. The people of the Purple Sky sect weren't willing to be outdone either. They took out their Xian artifacts at the same time, and their spirit beasts instantly landed on the ground. "Kill them. Don't think that our Purple Sky sect is easy to bully." Zhao Nim was impulsive and warlike by nature. He was the first to ride his scarlet fierce tiger and charge towards the people of the Tai Li sect. "Kill them." Yan Zhe, who had always been calm, cursed in a low voice. He also rode his Firecloud lion into battle. For a moment, dozens of youths and spirit beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Waves of dazzling Xian techniques rang out incessantly. Li Ming and the 3 triplets surrounded Ling Xiao. None of them had an opponent, so they just stared at each other coldly, as if they didn't hear the intense battle going on. Actually, Ling Xiao was already extremely anxious in his heart. The strengths of the disciples of the Violet Sky sect were obviously much inferior to the others, whereas he was surrounded by 4 half-step king rank experts. Unless he was able to annihilate all of them in one go, otherwise, the others would surely be in danger. "You're the ones who brought about your own deaths. Don't blame me." Ling Xiao made up his mind. This time, he would use his full power to kill these 4 people as quickly as possible. One of the triplets stood up and said, "Young master, 2 brothers, please step aside. I alone am enough to deal with this little brat." The 3 triplets were Zongde, Zongyuan, and Zongqing. The hearts of the 3 of them were linked, and they'd learned a combination of profound techniques. So even if they encountered a low-stage king rank expert, they would still have the strength to fight. The one who spoke just now was the 3rd brother, Zongqing. Li Ming also seemed to feel that he'd overestimated Ling Xiao, so he nodded to Zongqing and said, "Hurry up, we don't have time to waste here." After saying that, he, Zongde, and Zongyuan all took a few steps back to make it easier for Zongqing and Ling Xiao to fight. At this time, the screams of several people could be heard from the other side of the battlefield. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that 2 of his sect's disciples had been killed by the opponent's sword. Zongqing took the opportunity to laugh sinisterly. "You dare to be distracted even against me? Your time has come." After saying that, Zongqing raised a ball of burning spiritual energy in his hand, and a dark flame condensed into a palm of fire that slammed towards Ling Xiao's chest. The attack of a half-step king rank expert was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it reached Ling Xiao's chest. Zongqing had a victorious smile on his face, as if he could already see Ling Xiao being slapped to death by his palm. Ling Xiao turned his head and frowned. He formed a formless cloud expelling palm with his spiritual energy, and slammed it heavily into Zongqing's spiritual consciousness. Zongqing felt a sharp pain in his head, and his movements stiffened. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Wind God's Kick's 3rd form, Torrential Storm. The kicks poured down like a torrential storm, and the momentum of the kicks was as fierce as a gale. This was the ultimate torrential storm. Zongqing was engulfed by Ling Xiao's kicks. The countless kicks also contained Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi, and in an instant, it invaded Zongqing's limbs and organs. Zongqing was sent flying backward. His body kept twitching, and his whole body turned into a mass of ash and black. The gray and black color instantly spread throughout his body, and his body began to shrivel up at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Not only that, but when his flesh and blood were completely corroded, even his bones gradually disappeared, and the weeds around Zongqing also withered and disappeared. Li Ming, Zongde, and Zongyuan were all dumbfounded. They had forgotten to save Zongqing, and could only watch helplessly as Zongqing disappeared before their eyes. Their hearts were in turmoil. Ling Xiao wanted this kind of shocking effect. He wanted to first strike at his opponent's confidence, and then he could defeat them one by one. Ling Xiao first used his spiritual energy to attack Zongqing, but he didn't kill him instantly. Instead, he injured Zongqing's spiritual consciousness, temporarily rendering him unable to fight. Then he used the Wind God's Kick to defeat Zongqing. The Wind God's Kick contained Ling Xiao's Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi, which was highly corrosive. Zongqing couldn't expel the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi in a hurry, so he could only let it corrode. This was why Ling Xiao was able to kill Zongqing instantly. While Li Ming, Zongde, and Zongyuan were in a daze, Ling Xiao wasn't. He shot a cold glance at Zongyuan, and his invisible spiritual energy blasted towards him. Ah! Zongyuan screamed and fell to the ground, holding his head with both hands. Li Ming and Zongde finally came to their senses, and they were both shocked and angry. "Third brother, second brother, I'll kill you!" Zongde roared, and a silver saber appeared in his hands. He swung it at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the ice and fire swords appeared in his hands, and he swung them at Zongde. Clang! The two weapons clashed and sparks flew out. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt a gust of wind behind his head, and he quickly dodged to the side. It was Li Ming who had attacked Ling Xiao. A pair of black gloves appeared in his hands, and they glowed with a strange black light. It was obvious that they were dark attribute weapons. "Don't hold back, Zongde. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve." Li Ming snorted, and his palms began to glow with an even more intense black light, and he slammed them down towards Ling Xiao's head. On the other side, Zongde was already on the verge of exploding, and the saber in his hand blazed with flames. "Die, you bastard!" Zongde roared, and the saber in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao's waist. "Humph, you're asking for it. Now I'll send you 3 brothers to hell." Ling Xiao snorted, and his speed increased to the extreme, not only dodging Li Ming's attack, but also Zongde's attack. "Watch your back!" Li Ming reacted quickly and sent Zongde flying with a palm. Fortunately, he was fast enough, because Ling Xiao's sword only grazed past Zongde's clothes. "You really are of the wind attribute, but why should I be afraid of you?" Li Ming had already sensed that Ling Xiao's speed surpassed that of an ordinary high-rank soul master, and he had also seen Ling Xiao's Wind God's Kick, so he was sure that Ling Xiao had the wind attribute. However, Li Ming wasn't afraid, because he cultivated both wind and darkness attributes. He sped up his pace, and his palms struck out a series of fierce and ruthless palm shadows. Ling Xiao's expression grew serious. His ability to kill people above his level was inseparable from his wind attribute, and now that Li Ming also had the wind attribute, and was much stronger than him, Ling Xiao had no way of escaping Li Ming's pursuit. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Li Ming, but he had to kill Li Ming and Zongde as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the others would die miserably. Ling Xiao wanted to use his psychic power to kill Li Ming again, but he had already used it twice, and the last time he had used up a lot of his psychic power to kill Zongyuan, who was half a step into the king class. Psychic power couldn't be used like spiritual power. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't have much psychic power left, and if he used it again, he would lose consciousness for a short period of time, and Zongde would be able to take advantage of it. Since that's the case, I'll show these two what I'm capable of. Ling Xiao calmed down, and the spiritual power in his dantian began to circulate at high speed, and he entered an unprecedented state of battle. "Let's see how you escape." Zongde, quickly lock onto him. Li Ming kept attacking Ling Xiao, and at the same time, gave Zongde a warning. Once Zongde locked onto Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to escape, and Ling Xiao would have no choice but to die on the spot. "Come, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Ling Xiao was full of battle intent, and the ice and fire sword in his hand emitted a demonic blue flame. The third form of the tyrant style, Sword Meteor. Speaking of which, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used the third form of the tyrant style. He had already used the first two forms, Sword Mark and Sword Flowing Cloud. However, the third form, Sword Meteor, was much more powerful than the first two forms, and with Ling Xiao's current strength, even a low-stage king-class cultivator would have to retreat. Li Ming didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to use fire attacks. His dark element hated fire and light the most, so he didn't hesitate to retreat. Zongda, on the other hand, wasn't as cautious as Li Ming. After losing two of his brothers, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. Zongda's sword spun out a blazing fireball, and the fireball surged towards Ling Xiao. The high temperature of the flames created a great pressure, and if it was an ordinary high-stage soul master, they wouldn't be able to resist. Unfortunately, Zongda was facing Ling Xiao, and a Ling Xiao with heavenly fire at that. Ling Xiao's starlight streaked across the sky like a comet as it collided with the fireball. Sparks flew everywhere, and the people from the two sects who were fighting not far away quickly retreated. Zongda had thought that his full-strength attack would be able to kill Ling Xiao, but he found that his fire attribute was instantly drowned out by the blue flames. Not only that, but the blue flames didn't seem to show any signs of stopping, and continued to swarm towards Zongda. Chapter 312. Zhang's flames were at best ordinary flames. How could they compare to Ling Xiao's blue demon flame? Zhang's flames were extremely powerful, but in front of the heavenly flame, they could only be swallowed up. The raging blue flame scared Zhang so much that he hurriedly rolled to the side, looking indescribably embarrassed. Li Ming stared at Ling Xiao's endless methods, his heart filled with horror. He never thought that Ling Xiao was actually a dual attribute martial artist, and that his profound skill was so abnormal that he could actually suppress him and Zongda to the point where they could only dodge. This child must be eliminated immediately, otherwise he will become a great threat in the future. Li Ming made up his mind. He must find a way to eliminate Ling Xiao. Li Ming glanced at the people fighting not far away from him, a sneer on his face, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. Ling Xiao was so busy killing Zhang that he didn't pay attention to Li Ming. Ling Xiao used his unparalleled speed, his sword sweeping out with the blue demon flame from time to time. The terrifying flames made Zhang unable to resist, and soon he was beaten senseless by Ling Xiao. Just as Zhang's fighting became more and more chaotic, Ling Xiao circled to his side, the ice and fire sword in his hand slashing down. Sword light streaked down like a stream of water. Zhang's hand that was holding a large blade was ruthlessly cut by Ling Xiao, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the people from the two sects to stop and watch in horror. As for Ling Xiao, who had cut off Zhang's hand, his face was splashed with a lot of blood. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lightly lick the blood, saying fiercely, "Half-step king stage is nothing." Finished speaking, Ling Xiao was about to kill Zhang. At this time, a cry of alarm attracted everyone's attention. Li Ming appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a person's neck in his hand, coldly saying, "If you don't want this woman to die, then obediently drop your weapon and surrender." Unknowingly, a woman had appeared in Li Ming's hands. This woman was the weakest of them all when could die. When Kitty's neck was being held by Ling Xiao, and she did not dare to move, she looked at Ling Xiao with a look of anticipation. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, put away the ice and fire sword, and said lightly, "Is this the style of the Tai Li sect? Don't you have any shame? Using a woman as a threat?" Li Ming smirked. "You don't need to worry about that. In short, any move that can kill the enemy is a good move. A gentleman like you wouldn't want to see this woman die, right? Hee, don't you think you're overestimating me? Do you really think I can sacrifice my life for a woman? With my ability and status, what kind of woman can't I have?" Ling Xiao smiled lightly. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Wen Kudai's face became incomparably pale, and the other women all revealed complicated expressions. Li Ming's eyes jumped, seemingly feeling that it was wrong of him to use a woman to threaten Ling Xiao. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to wait for death for a woman. After all, no one was more important than his own life. It had to be said that Li Ming understood the selfishness of human nature quite well. Useless woman, go die. Li Ming was infuriated out of humiliation, and prepared to kill Wen Qidi. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't abandon Wen Ku Dai. He was just trying to buy time so that he could prepare. His mental force evolved into a series of palm shadows that instantly drilled into Li Ming's mind. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Ling Xiao's body shot out like lightning. Li Ming let out a shocking scream and unconsciously let go of Wen Ku Dai. Poo. Ling Xiao's palm contained Yang attribute blue demon flame, and slammed it into Li Ming's chest while at the same time, his other hand lightly removed the space ring on Li Ming's finger. This action was so quick that no one noticed it. Li Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in, and his whole body was sent flying like a cannonball. Third brother, young sect master. All the disciples on the Tai Li sect's side exclaimed. Everyone rushed towards Li Ming one after another. However, before they could get close, Li Ming's body was gradually burned to ashes by the blue flames. Everyone stopped in their tracks and watched helplessly as Li Ming disappeared, and a chill spread throughout their bodies. At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the side. I'll kill you. The one-armed Zongda intended to put up a final struggle, enduring the pain of his broken arm as he continued to gather the most powerful killing blow of his life with his other hand. You want to go all out? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced coldly at Zongda before gently raising his finger. Xiao. A thin column of blue flame shot towards Zongda's chest. Zongda let out a startled cry as he stared at the small column of blood on his chest. His body unconsciously fell back and soon followed in Li Ming's footsteps. No, impossible. How could third brother and the 3 senior brothers all die? Impossible. Liu looked at Zongda who had just died and his face became pale. An unprecedented chill struck him as he muttered in a daze. The 13th prince fled. That guy is too scary. A high-rank spirit master of the Tai Li sect said in a trembling voice. Yes, let's quickly escape. When we return, we must report to the sect and let the sect destroy those purple sky sect bastards. Liu said viciously and turned to leave. However, Ling Xiao had already rushed in front of him and said coldly, Destroy our purple sky sect? I'll kill you first. With that, Ling Xiao began to attack again, preparing to kill Liu in one move. Unexpectedly at this time, a few high-level spirit masters of the Tai Li sect rushed in front of Liu at the same time. The profound weapons in their hands all greeted Ling Xiao. Good move. Ling Xiao didn't retreat but advanced instead. The ice and fire sword in his hand turned to the side that looked like a knife. A powerful chill condensed into an incomparably large ice blade. Prideful cold 6 secrets first form, freezing glance. This was the absolute chill, a direct move. Boom. The ice blade and giant shadow pressed down on the opponent's Xian skill, making bursts of explosive sounds. The Tai Li sect high-rank spirit master's Xian skills couldn't block Ling Xiao's full power attack. The huge ice blade continued to slash down courageously from above. The Tai Li sect high-rank spirit masters all cried out strangely and dodged to the sides. Only Liu, who was directly in front of the ice blade, was dumbfounded. He watched the giant ice blade shadow come closer and closer. His legs actually trembled in fear, and his entire body became incomparably pale. No, Liu never thought that death would be so close to him. After he let out an unwilling cry, his body was cut in half. Bright red blood sprayed all over the sky. Ling Xiao, holding the ice and fire sword, was like a god of death as he coldly swept his gaze over the Tai Li sect people. He actually killed the young sect master and the 13th prince. Let's run. We must report this to the sect master, and start a crusade against your purple sky sect. A high-rank spirit master cried out in shock, and immediately turned to run for his life. The others didn't dare to stay. Even 4 half a step into king rank weren't a match for him. How could they dare to face Ling Xiao? What's more, their young sect master had already died. Without anyone to command them, they were like a plate of loose sand, running for their lives in all directions. Everyone, hurry up and chase after them. Kill them all. Otherwise, our purple sky sect will definitely suffer a great calamity in the future. Chen Wenyu yelled and wanted to chase after the Tai Li sect disciples. Wait, don't chase after them. Ling Xiao yelled and then said indifferently, even if you chase after them, you won't be a match for them. You'll only increase the number of casualties. After Ling Xiao said this, his face became extremely pale. The mental strength in his sea of consciousness seemed to have become extremely exhausted. He immediately sat down cross-legged to recover his mental strength. The Purple Sky Sect disciples also knew that what Ling Xiao said was true, so all of them unwillingly stayed behind. Junior, are you okay? Luo Meiying was the first to notice that something was wrong with Ling Xiao. Chen Wenyu glanced at the meditating Ling Xiao and said to the others, he should be fine. He's just recovering his strength. Let's protect him. We absolutely can't let anyone disturb him. All the Purple Sky Sect disciples immediately separated and surrounded Ling Xiao, protecting Ling Xiao in the center. After a while, with Ling Xiao as the center, a large amount of spiritual power surged over. In addition to consuming his mental strength, Ling Xiao had also used up more than half of his spiritual power. Now that danger was everywhere, the sooner he recovered his strength, the better the chance of survival would be. This time, Ling Xiao spent a total of 6 hours in meditation before he slowly woke up. He didn't expect to consume so much mental strength this time. He originally thought that after his sea of consciousness had liquefied, using mental strength multiple times should be fine. But now he realized that it was far from what he had imagined. If he only used his mental strength to create simple attacks, with his current mental strength, he should be able to use it 20 times in a row without a problem. But if he wanted to use his mental strength to create a profound skill to instantly kill an opponent stronger than himself, the amount of mental strength he would need to use would multiply. Just now, Ling Xiao had used his mental strength to injure Zhong Qing, killed Zhong Yuan, and then used his mental strength to deal with Li Ming, so there wasn't much mental strength left in his mind. As the opponents grew stronger, Ling Xiao felt that his strength wasn't enough, and his mental strength wasn't strong enough. Just relying on normal cultivation to increase my mental strength is really not enough. It seems like I'll have to find some spirit herbs that can increase my mental strength. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, Ling Xiao stood up and looked around at the others, his expression becoming heavy. Senior brother, how many people did we lose this time? Ling Xiao asked Chen Wenyu indifferently. Chen Wenyu looked at the corpses not far away and took a light breath. 7 people died, and the others were more or less injured. Ling Xiao clenched his fist, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, no one from the Tai Li sect can escape. Chapter 313. Outside the secret realm, the elders of the various sects were sitting in their own camps with their eyes closed. In the Tai Li sect's camp, an old man with white hair looked at a row of jade tubes in front of him. In an instant, a few of the jade tubes' light had disappeared. The old man's eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, and he slammed his palm on the soft couch next to him. Pa! The soft couch instantly split into pieces. The young master, Zongda, Zong Yuan, and Zong Qing are all dead. This is impossible. Even that little boy 13 is dead. What the hell happened? Damn it. The old man's eyes were red as he looked at the jade tubes that had disappeared, and he moaned in pain. Not far from the old man, the 2 old men wearing trigram robes also looked sorrowful. One of them, a tall and thin old man, said, with the young master's strength, even if he met a king-stage opponent, he could still fight. How could they all die? Are the other disciples all right? The white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, the other disciples are fine for now. What happened to them? Only the young master and the others were killed. Could it be someone from the 3 sects? That doesn't make sense. We have no enmity with the 3 sections. How could they attack the young master and the others? There are many good things in the secret realm. For those things, even their own fathers would be killed, let alone the people from the other sections. That makes sense, but let's not make any random guesses. Maybe the young master and the others entered a dangerous place and died. Sai, how should we explain this when we return to the sect? When the other disciples come out, we must ask them what happened. If it was done by the 3 sects, then we must seek justice. Inside the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, in a cultivation room in the main hall, There were only 15 disciples left in the Purple Sky sect. Out of the 26 people in the group, 11 had already died, and a few were injured. Although their lives were not in danger, their fighting strength had decreased by a lot. They had originally wanted to cultivate and quietly stay for a month, but who knew that the heavens would not follow their wishes, making their hearts abnormally heavy. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "I know everyone is upset, but can you blame anyone else? You can only blame yourselves for being too weak. Within our sects, we are the best of the best, but when you look at the Northwest or even the entire continent, perhaps we can only be considered beginners. As long as we become stronger, we can trample those who dare to look down on us. The Tai Li sect has gone too far, so let's give them a taste of their own medicine and quickly kill them all." "Yes, let's kill them all," a passionate disciple immediately shouted. The rest of the people also followed and shouted, "Kill them all." Ling Xiao looked at them with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Our current strength might be inferior to theirs, but that doesn't mean that we can't kill them." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Now that their leader, the young sect master, has been killed by me, they're like a plate of loose sand. They're all running away, so we can take them down one by one and kill them one by one in this secret realm." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, all the disciples revealed murderous expressions. Ling Xiao's words not only stimulated their fighting spirit, but also made them pull themselves together. Of course, this was inseparable from the fact that Ling Xiao had killed 4 people half a step into the king stage. Ling Xiao's strength made them look up to him, but Ling Xiao was younger than them by a few years. This was the main reason why they were motivated again. Since everyone wants revenge, then we can't just hide here and cultivate. Everyone come with me to find the bastards of the Tai Li sect, Ling Xiao said as he took the lead and walked out of the cultivation room. Soon after, the people behind him followed. Before, Ling Xiao didn't let the people of the sect chase after the disciples of the Tai Li sect. This was because the difference in strength between the disciples of the Purple Sky sect and the Tai Li sect was too great. If they chased after them, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Instead, they might be killed by them. In addition, he had used up too much of his mental strength and had to stop to recover. It might be a bit late to bring people to chase after them, but Ling Xiao wasn't worried about not being able to catch up. There were many unknown dangers in the heaven-suppressing sect, and the people of the Tai Li sect couldn't have escaped very far. As long as Chen Wenyu tracked them from the sky, he would definitely find them. After leaving the Eagle Gathering Hall, Ling Xiao ordered Chen Wenyu and another disciple with a flying spirit beast to chase after the disciples of the Tai Li sect. An hour later, Chen Wenyu once again found Ling Xiao and the others. "Junior brother, we found the bastards of the Tai Li sect," Chen Wenyu shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, take us there. This time, we'll let them know the power of the Purple Sky sect." Ling Xiao rode on the Golden Wolf King and led a group of people to kill them. The Tai Li sect originally had a total of 30 people. 7 of them had died, and now there were 23 people left. When they were running for their lives, they split up. Chen Wenyu only found 5 disciples of the Tai Li sect. Among these disciples, 2 were high-level spirit masters, and the other 3 were middle-level spirit masters. The 15 people from the Purple Sky sect gathered together. There was no need for Ling Xiao to make a move, and the 5 people from the Tai Li sect were dismembered. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect finally let out a sigh of relief. After killing these 5 people, Chen Wenyu went elsewhere to search for traces of the other Tai Li sect disciples. After 2 days, the group from the Purple Sky sect killed a total of 18 Tai Li sect disciples. There were still 6 people who couldn't be found for the time being. Chen Wenyu said to Ling Xiao anxiously, "Junior brother, there are still a few people that we can't find." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. Since we can't find them, there's no need to look anymore. They must have escaped far away, so it's time for us to continue exploring." Ling Xiao and the others didn't rest at all, and immediately headed in another direction. That direction was a ruined pavilion that Chen Wenyu had discovered earlier. Everyone rushed to the ruined pavilion and didn't encounter any more dangers. However, the more it was like this, the heavier everyone felt. The ruined pavilion was halfway up a mountain, and occupied a very wide area. It was more than 2 or 3 times wider than the Great Hall on the Purple Sky Peak of the Purple Sky Sect. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his spiritual force, and immediately sensed that there were already quite a few people gathered in the ruined pavilion. Ling Xiao waved his hand to the people behind him and said, "There are disciples from other sects who discovered it first. Everyone, pay attention." Ling Xiao and the others slowly approached the ruined pavilion. Only then did they see the true appearance of the ruined pavilion. This majestic ruined pavilion had long since been blasted into a scene of devastation. On the surrounding mountain walls, there was a row of messy huge palm prints and several crisscrossing sword marks that seemed to have been swept by a sword. Ling Xiao and the others were deeply shocked when they saw those palm prints and those messy sword marks. Was this really man-made? It seemed that the destruction of the heaven-suppressing sect wasn't a coincidence. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were in a daze, a young man walked out from the ruined pavilion and arrogantly said to Ling Xiao and the others, "This place has been occupied by our River Dark sect. Everyone else scram." The River Dark sect was the 8th grade sect closest to the Thousand Beast City. It was ranked 5th among the many sects, just below the Tai Li sect. Really arrogant. Do you really think that there's no one in our 6 Extreme Palace? Another person who was dressed completely different from the young man ran out from the ruined pavilion and snorted coldly. The 6 Extreme Palace was also ranked above the Purple Sky sect, just below the River Dark sect, and was ranked 6th among the sections. Ling Xiao found that these 2 young men were both high-level spirit masters and were about 26 years old. They really did have some ability to be arrogant. Ling Xiao didn't know what good things were in the ruined pavilion, but since 2 sects had already occupied it, he felt that it was better to avoid them first to avoid trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone and he could run if he couldn't win, but the others didn't have his abilities and he had to think of the big picture. "Let's go," Ling Xiao said to the people behind him and turned to leave. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the ruins. "Haha! I found it!" "Bastard. I was the one who found it. Put it down." Another voice rang out. "Bullsh *T, it's already in my hands, it's mine. How dare you? Let go or I'll teach you a lesson." "Who's afraid of who? Come at me if you dare." The 2 young men who came out to warn Ling Xiao and the others didn't care about anything else and plunged back into the ruins of the pavilion. Following that, a series of explosive noises of profound skills could be heard. "Junior brother, Zhao looked inside and quietly said to Ling Xiao. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. "Let's go." After saying that, Ling Xiao looked inside with a deep meaning, and then went around to the other side of the mountain. The crowd didn't go far before they smelled a strong fragrance of flowers. Ling Xiao had been in contact with spirit grass for the past few years, and with one smell, he knew that this smell definitely came from some kind of spirit flower or spirit grass. Ling Xiao couldn't help but quicken his pace, rushing forward. Everyone followed closely behind. After walking for a while, on the flat ground of a mountain peak, there were several plots of land, and these plots were planted with a variety of 5-element spirit grass. However, most of the spirit grass on these plots had already been picked, and there were only about 100 plants left in each plot. Even so, it was still a great surprise to the people of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and exclaimed, It's a medicinal garden." In front of everyone, there were several artificially cultivated medicinal gardens. Generally, each sect would cultivate a medicinal garden, which was planted by their own sect's alchemist, and then guarded by the medicine slaves. Ling Xiao and the others found that the medicinal garden here was much higher level than the medicinal garden on their Purple Sky sect's herb peak. It's middle stage 3 green tail grass. There's also a high stage 3 snake flower. That's a low stage 4 flame wisteria. Everyone saw that there were 3 or 4 grades above the medicinal garden, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. 2 disciples found a suitable spirit grass and couldn't help but run over. Ling Xiao looked at the medicinal garden and couldn't help but frown. It wasn't hard to find here. Could it be that the disciples of the previous few years didn't find this place? Suddenly Ling Xiao's eyes jumped, and he shouted at the 2 disciples who ran out. "Come back quickly, there's danger." Chapter 314. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm as he pounced forward like a cheetah, his palms striking out in the direction of the two disciples who had run out. No one knew what Ling Xiao was doing, but the two disciples were still in a daze. In the next moment, the soil under the herb garden suddenly bulged. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of the two of them, and an unknown bloody mouth bit at them. The two of them were shocked and quickly retreated. The people behind them cried out in alarm as they took out their profound weapons to help. Ling Xiao was one step ahead of them, and sent out two fiery palms imbued with the blue demon flame. However, before Ling Xiao's fiery palms could land on the black shadow, something suddenly sprayed out from the black shadow's bloody mouth. Ling Xiao was shocked and quickly retreated. The flames were extinguished by the thing that the black shadow had sprayed out. Before anyone could see what it was, the ground returned to its original calm state. However, there was an additional gray object that looked like a hill at the place where it had just been. This thing looked like soil, but also like some kind of feces. It emitted a strange smell that made people feel nauseous. Everyone retreat. Ling Xiao frowned and hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. He had clearly felt that the thing under the ground was not simple, but he did not have the time to see what kind of spirit beast it was. Anyone would have an indescribable sense of fear towards the unknown. Ling Xiao and the others retreated 100 meters away from the herb garden. What kind of spirit beast was that just now? It was too fast, I couldn't see it clearly. Chen Wenyu said seriously. It should be the guardian spirit beast of these spirit herbs. It's such a pity for such a large area of high-level spirit herbs. Zhao Nan said bitterly. Could it be that we can't deal with an insect with so many people? Luo Meiying said unwillingly. Can you deal with level 4 or level 5 insects? Yanzei asked grumpily. For a moment Luo Meiying was speechless. Step back a bit more. Let me see what kind of spirit beast this is. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Even though the herb garden here seemed to be in shambles, there were still quite a few rank 3 and 4 spirit herbs. For a rank 4 alchemist like him, there was a considerable temptation. How could he just give up like this? Be careful, junior brother. Everyone knew Ling Xiao's abilities, and after exhorting him, they retreated another 100 meters. Ling Xiao carefully walked towards the herb garden, his eyes constantly paying attention to the ground. Not long after, he arrived in front of a level 3 spirit herb, and found that there was still no movement on the ground. He frowned for no reason and muttered to himself. Could it be that the spirit beast left? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to give it another try, so he stretched out his hand to pick the spiritual herb. Pung. All of a sudden, the ground a meter in front of Ling Xiao's spiritual herb exploded as the unknown spirit beast emerged from the ground again. This time, the spirit beast let out a strange cry and spat out another ball of something from its mouth. Ling Xiao was already prepared for this. He flipped over and leaped backward so he wasn't hit. At the same time, when he landed on the ground, he pushed off with one foot and pounced towards the spirit beast, two balls of blue flames appearing on his palms. The flames were like a dragon, roaring towards the spirit beast. This time, the spirit beast didn't escape, but instead spat out an elemental attack from its mouth again. As a heavenly fire, the blue flames were once again buried by the opponent's elemental attack. Ling Xiao finally saw the spirit beast's face and exclaimed in surprise, "Purple flood dragon roar!" Not far from Ling Xiao was a spirit beast with half its body straightened, the head of a flood dragon and the body of a snake, its purple skin exuding a faint noble aura. Its round body was smooth and exquisite, and it had a frightening bloody mouth that could swallow an elephant alive. This was a flood dragon roar. The flood dragon roar was a high-level spirit beast, a branch spirit beast that had the bloodline of the mythological beast dragons in ancient times. However, with the passage of time, the bloodline had been mixed from generation to generation, and the dragon's bloodline had gradually thinned out. The flood dragon roar had also gradually lost the characteristics of dragons. Therefore, it was very rare to see ancient beasts like the flood dragon roar among the earthworm spirit beasts. Every time an earthworm spirit beast with the characteristics of a dragon's bloodline appeared, it would be an emperor among the earthworms. The flood dragon roar in front of him clearly had the characteristics of the dragon's bloodline. This could be seen from its purple skin and its dragon-like earthworm head, which had the demeanor of a dragon's. It was certain that this purple flood dragon roar had a rich bloodline of dragons. If it had the opportunity in the future, it might even be able to evolve into a true sacred beast of dragons. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to recognize the identity of this purple flood dragon roar at a glance was because he had previously read about it in the Sex Book Depository Pavilion. There was a relevant record in one of the books. The book mentioned that the flood dragon roar was divided into 3 grades: orange, red and purple. The orange flood dragon roar had the thinnest bloodline of dragons, while the purple flood dragon roar had the thickest bloodline. The flood dragon roar was a strange beast that was a hybrid between a flood dragon and a roar. It had the dual attributes of water and earth. Not only could it be like a fish in water, but it could also come and go freely on land. Its most powerful ability was not its attack ability, but its ability to improve the soil. The place where the flood dragon roar existed was extremely suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. At the same time, it could also speed up the growth of spirit herbs. This characteristic was what all alchemists liked the most. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Why did he say that? Because any alchemist would often use large amounts of spirit herbs to refine pills, and the most distressing thing for any alchemist was the lack of spirit herbs. Therefore, alchemists from ordinary sects would usually plant spirit herbs in places rich in spirit energy, in case of emergencies. The growth of ordinary spirit herbs was extremely slow, and the time needed to accumulate was too long. This was also the most depressing aspect of alchemists. However, the flood dragon roar was the most beneficial accelerator for improving the soil and speeding up the growth of spirit herbs. It could shorten the growth of spirit herbs by 3 to 5 times, and the grade of the spirit herbs that grew would definitely be high. Therefore, which alchemist wouldn't desire to harvest a flood dragon roar as a spirit beast to cultivate spirit herbs? Currently, this purple flood dragon roar was already as big as 3 people hugging it, and half of its body was already about 10 meters tall. It looked like it already had the strength of the 5th level. While Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised, the purple flood dragon roar shot out something from its stomach towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, it let out a strange cry, and its bloody mouth fiercely bit towards Ling Xiao. "Be careful." Not far away, the crowd cried out to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao recovered quickly and leaped back more than 100 meters. However, this time, the purple flood dragon roar was no longer hiding underground. Instead, it coiled its body and chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Everyone attacked together. Chen Wenyu cried out and took the initiative to launch a powerful attack. Everyone else also attacked the purple flood dragon roar with all their might. Rumble! A large cloud of dust flew into the air in front of the purple flood dragon roar. "Hurry up and run, it will be fine." Ling Xiao knew that the purple flood dragon roar's defense was astonishing, so he immediately called out to his people. Unfortunately, the purple flood dragon roar wasn't going to give up so easily. It was completely fine after taking a round of attacks from the crowd, and its huge round body swept towards the crowd. Bing Ruoshui, who was the closest to it, had nowhere to hide. Just at this moment, an extremely fast figure grabbed her delicate body and hurriedly fled. However, they were still half a step too late. The 2 of them were flung a great distance away by that figure. Wah! Ling Xiao, who was carrying Bing Ruoshui, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his body was about to fall apart, and his internal organs were all displaced. When Bing Ruoshui saw that Ling Xiao was lying on top of her, her heart clenched. She asked anxiously, "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" I'm fine. Hurry up and get out of here," Ling Xiao said weakly. Bing Ruoshui didn't dare to hesitate, and she hurriedly carried Ling Xiao away. Everyone else also began to flee. A high-tier 5th-grade spirit beast was equivalent to a high-tier Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator. If it wanted to kill all of them, it would be a piece of cake. Fortunately, the flood dragon roar wasn't a carnivore, and its temperament was relatively gentle compared to other spirit beasts. Thus, when they were far enough away, the flood dragon roar hid underground and didn't come out to attack them again. However, they still had lingering fears, and all of them wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bing Ruoshui carried Ling Xiao and placed him on the side of the stone wall. She asked in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, Ling Xiao, are you all right? At the same time, she took out a pill and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's mouth. Junior brother, are you all right? Chen Wenyu and the others asked with concern. Yu Lian didn't hesitate to squat in front of Ling Xiao, taking over half of Bing Ruoshui's body. He touched Ling Xiao's pale face and asked, Junior brother, are you all right? Don't scare me, you can't let senior sister become a widow at such a young age. What nonsense are you talking about? Bing Ruoshui glared at Yu Lian. You're still in the right? If junior brother didn't try to save you, would he have been injured? Yu Lian snorted. I'd rather be injured than for him to be injured. Bing Ruoshui had no choice but to confess her feelings. Cough cough. Ling Xiao coughed lightly and said weakly, You guys stop arguing. Move away and protect me. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Ling Xiao sat up and placed his palms under his abdomen, beginning to circulate the Vajra 5 transformation technique to repair his body. The two girls glared at each other, then stood up and shielded Ling Xiao behind them. Luo Meiying and Wen Qidi also quietly stood to the side and looked around. The other disciples looked at Ling Xiao enviously, and took a few steps back to protect Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao had been meditating for half an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the mountain path. Chen Wenyu frowned and said, Everyone be on guard. Someone's coming. Just as he finished speaking, a dozen or so figures appeared not far in front of them. After the dozen or so figures stood still, a sound came from behind them. Another group of people gathered here. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chapter 3:15. The people who arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and the others were the disciples of the River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect who were in the ruined pavilion. There were a total of 18 people on the River Dark sect's side, and each of them wore a blue martial robe embroidered with wavy patterns. They held all kinds of profound weapons in their hands. The 6 Extreme sect had one more person than the Purple Sky sect, and there were a total of 16 people. Their martial robes were embroidered with a strange hexagonal shape, and most of them were holding a circular attack weapon that looked like a gear. That weapon was a unique attack weapon of the 6 Extreme sect, and it was called the Hexagon Wheel. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect all looked at the people of the 2 sects with vigilance, worried that they would suddenly attack. When the people of the 2 sects walked past the disciples of the Purple Sky sect, their eyes revealed extreme disdain. However, there was no lack of arrogant people among the people of the 2 sects who liked to cause trouble and provoke others. A disciple of the River Dark sect called Dooku was one of the best among the many disciples of the River Dark sect. He had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he was the young man who had yelled at Ling Xiao and the others from the ruined pavilion. Dooku was the type of young man who was used to looking down on others and having a sharp mouth. When he saw Ling Xiao, who was meditating around the Purple Sky sect, and then looked at the 4 beauties beside Ling Xiao, he said unhappily, If this kind of useless pretty boy dies, then he dies. What's the use of you girls protecting him? What a waste of time. Why don't you all join our River Dark sect? Senior brother will take good care of you all. Following that, another high-level spirit master from the 6 Extreme sect called Jiang Zhitian mocked. Although pretty boys look good but are useless, our 6 Extreme sect also has quite a few pretty boys like him. Why don't you guys join our 6 Extreme sect? Moreover, look at me, I'm even whiter than that pretty boy. When Jiang Zhitian said this, he even touched his face and revealed a very proud expression. What he said was right. His face was indeed very white, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. It was frighteningly white. Jiang Zhitian, you're the cream of the crop among pretty boys, and no one can compare to you. But when it comes to nourishing women, your 6th-level sect is far inferior to my River Nether sect. My River Nether sect has a blue-tier dual cultivation technique. As long as those girls dual cultivate with me, I guarantee that they'll be able to advance to the King realm within 5 years. Duke laughed from the side. Jiang Zhitian said disapprovingly, What's so great about dual cultivation? Our 6 Extreme sect still has the Yin-Yang 6 Daos technique. If I cultivate with the 4 of them, I'll definitely be able to help all of them advance to the king level in less than 3 years. Shameless bastard. 2 voices rang out at the same time, and 2 figures from the Purple Heaven sect swept out. The first to act was Bing Ruoshui, who was guarding Ling Xiao's side. The 4th level ice attribute profound weapon in her hand, which she had obtained from the secret chamber, blossomed with a powerful frost intent. An ice bird turned into a streak of light and flew towards Du Ke, pecking at him at an extreme speed. On the other side, Zhao Nan's spear stabbed towards Jiang Zhitian like a dragon. Although Du Ke and Jiang Zhitian's words were mostly jokes, they were full of ridicule and ridicule. Bing Ruoshui wanted to tear Du Ke's mouth off, but Zhao Nan had a fiery temper, and was also someone who couldn't take it lying down. Although Bing Ruoshui was a middle-stage soul master, the weapon in her hand was a high-stage 4th-stage profound artifact. The strength of this move was not inferior to any high-stage soul master. Du Ke didn't expect Bing Ruoshui to dare to make a move here. As a high-stage soul master, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of her. He quickly reacted, and the long sword in his hand released a blue light that clashed with Bing Ruoshui's ice bird. On the other side, Jiang Zhitian smashed out a hexagon wheel and fiercely collided with Zhao Nan's spear. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Zhitian's face. He grabbed with his empty hand, and the hexagon wheel that had been knocked away actually went around the side and slashed towards Zhao Nan's waist. Zhao Nan didn't expect the hexagon wheel's attack to be so strange. When he realized it, it had already reached his waist. Zhao Nan, I'll help you, Yanzei shouted. He raised a 4th-stage fire hammer and rushed out, fiercely smashing the hexagon wheel onto the ground. Yanzei was the son of the Peak Lord of Weapon Refining Peak. The fire hammer in his hand was a middle-stage 4th-stage profound artifact, while Jiang Zhitian's hexagon wheel was only a high-stage 3rd-stage profound artifact. After being smashed like that, it immediately deformed quite a bit and almost collapsed. Senior Jiang, I'll help you. A 6th extreme sect disciple waved a large blade and jumped out, facing Yanzei, who came to help. In an instant, Bing Ruoshui against Du Ke, Zhao Nan against Jiang Zhitian, Yanzei against another 6th extreme sect disciple. The 6 of them started a life-and-death battle. Bing Ruoshui, Zhao Nan, and Yanzei all used their full strength. In this battle, they could only win and not lose. The people from the Purple Sky sect who were at the side were all prepared. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had to protect Ling Xiao, they would have already fought to the death. On the other side, the people from the River Dark sect and the 6th extreme sect did not move. They only crossed their hands in front of their chests and wore cold smiles on their faces, as if they were certain that their sect's people would definitely win. Naughty girl, what a good weapon. Even my 1000 sweeping sword has so many nicks. Then I'll use your body as compensation. After Du Ke dodged Bing Ruoshui's attack, he looked at the miserable state of his sword and felt extremely pained in his heart. Immediately, he did not plan to continue playing. His long sword pierced towards Bing Ruoshui a few times, and immediately locked onto Bing Ruoshui. Following that, he waved a flexible ball of water towards Bing Ruoshui and bound her. Bing Ruoshui's body was first locked, and she had no way to dodge. In an instant, she was bound by the flexible ball of water. Du Ke's strength was a level higher than Bing Ruoshui. If they were to really fight, Bing Ruoshui would definitely not be able to do as she wished. With Bing Ruoshui trapped, Du Ke took the opportunity to wipe away a lewd smile and grab towards Bing Ruoshui's body. At this moment, Du Ke suddenly felt an unbearable scorching heat at the back of his head. He did not dare to hesitate, and dodged to the other side without even turning his head. Bing Ruoshui took the opportunity to break free from Du Ke's energy. She discovered that the person who had saved her was actually her arch-enemy, Yu Lian. You can't do it. Watch me. Yu Lian said to Bing Ruoshui and waved the fire sword in his hand towards Du Ke. This girl is strong. Senior brother Du, leave this girl to me. A disciple of the River Dark sect licked his lips and jumped out to meet Yu Lian. This disciple of the River Dark sect used a sickle. His metal body emitted a golden light that was as sharp as a blade. On the other side, the battle between Zhao Nan and Yanzei from the 6th extreme sect had reached its climax. Zhao Nan and Yanzei were the strongest disciples of the Purple Sky sect. They were not the slightest bit weaker than the 2 from the 6th extreme sect. Moreover, the two of them were of the fire attribute. Their attack power was extremely strong, and they were forcing the two from the 6 extreme sect into a somewhat difficult position. Damn, if I don't show off my power, they'll think that I'm easy to bully. Jiang Jitian was a little sullen from Zhao Nan's desperate fighting style. He immediately cursed. He used his other arm to support himself, and another hexagonal wheel actually flew out from his shoulder. This hexagonal wheel was more than half the size of the one he had just used. Originally, it had been hanging on his shoulder and looked like an ornament. He did not expect that it could be used as a hidden weapon. Zhao Nan did not expect his opponent to have such a move. He did not manage to dodge for long before the small hexagonal wheel cut into his arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, and blood flowed out continuously. Fortunately, Zhao Nan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, his entire arm would have been cut off. Zhao Nan clenched his teeth and covered his wound as he continuously retreated to dodge. Haha, count yourself lucky. Let's see how you fight against me now. Jiang Jitian was in a good mood after injuring Zhao Nan in one move. He immediately waved his hands continuously, and one large and one small hexagonal wheel continuously spun around Zhao Nan. Those incomparably sharp teeth cut Zhao Nan in a few places. Zhao Nan angrily cursed, "Shameless villain, you actually used a hidden weapon." Humph, our 6 extreme sect's hexagonal wheel is originally a double wheel. How can it be a hidden weapon? Jiang Jitian coldly snorted as he spoke. His hands continuously gestured, and the 2 hexagonal wheels circled around Zhao Nan. Zhao Nan, back off. Let me deal with this villain from the 6 extreme sect. Chen Wenyu, who was at the side, could not bear it any longer. The green sword in his hand shot out an illusory sword light towards Jiang Jitian's 2 wheels. It's not your turn to interfere with my junior brother Zhang's matter. Another young man jumped out from the 6 extreme sect and said disdainfully. He took out a large hexagonal wheel and spun it towards Chen Wenyu. Junior sister, you protect junior brother. I'll go help them. Luo Meiying could not bear to watch any longer. She also jumped out from the crowd and joined the battle. The other disciples of the Purple Sky sect did not care about anything else. They immediately split into 2 groups and faced the people from the River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect. The River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect only sent out an equal number of people. They did not rely on numbers to bully others. A few disciples from the 2 sects crossed their hands and watched the show. The battle at the scene became abnormally intense. The strength of the people from the Purple Sky sect and the other 2 sects were about the same. They were still in a deadlock for a while, when Kitty's strength was the lowest. She stood beside Ling Xiao and anxiously watched the battle not far away. From time to time, she would glance at the meditating Ling Xiao and pray in her heart. Xiao, quickly wake up and take care of these annoying people. Previously, Ling Xiao had continuously displayed his invincible might. When Kitty had already thought of Ling Xiao as omnipotent, she felt that as long as Ling Xiao recovered, the 2 groups of people in front of her would not be a threat. How could Ling Xiao not want to recover as soon as possible? However, the attack from the purple flood dragon was too heavy. He was already very lucky that the attack from a high-rank 5 spirit beast did not take his life. Even though the recovery speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was abnormal, it still needed time to recover from such heavy injuries. The Vajra 5 transformation technique in his body circulated at high speed. The golden spirit energy was like a roaring wave. It continuously washed through his meridians that seemed to be made of gold. At the same time, all of his acupoints blossomed with a brilliant light. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been shattered actually began to gradually regenerate and repair themselves. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been repaired were even more lively than before. Moreover, they had become brighter and looked even more resilient. Faster! Faster! Ling Xiao anxiously shouted in his heart. Not only was the Vajra 5 transformation technique circulating, even the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi had joined the ranks of the recovery. For a moment, the attribute light around Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Xiao. Not long after, with Ling Xiao as the center, a golden light blossomed into the sky. It seemed to light up half of the mountain. Chapter 316. That brat seems to have recovered. A young man who hadn't participated in the battle cried out. I didn't think that this pretty boy would be able to attract such a powerful spiritual light to his body. It seems like his strength isn't bad. Another person followed up. Such a young high-rank spirit master is indeed not bad, but he still won't be our opponent. I hope that brat isn't an idiot. I haven't seen enough yet. When Kudai anxiously looked at Ling Xiao, who was like a living Buddha, and her face was filled with joy, she felt that Ling Xiao was about to recover. The people fighting didn't have time to notice Ling Xiao's situation. The 13 people of the Purple Heaven sect were all like 3 men who were risking their lives, giving their all in every move. They knew that if they didn't use their full strength now, they might not have another chance. Many of them were injured, but not a single one of them retreated. The people from the other 2 sects weren't much better, but their overall strength was slightly stronger than the Purple Sky sects, so they still had the upper hand. The spirit beasts were just like their masters, constantly tearing and biting each other. The scene was becoming more and more chaotic. Du Ke clearly had the upper hand against Bing Ruoshui, but he didn't want to kill her. Instead, he continuously cut open Bing Ruoshui's veil, exposing her smooth jade-like skin to the air. TSK, your skin is so white. I really can't bear to let it bleed. Du Ke clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with greed. Bing Ruoshui's delicate face became colder and colder, and the fury in her heart grew stronger. I want you dead. Bing Ruoshui gnashed her teeth and quickly gathered all the spiritual energy in her body. The long sword in her hand danced with an irregular sword light. For a moment, a thin layer of ice formed around Bing Ruoshui, and even her longsword was covered in frost. This was the situation where she was using her strongest killing move. Du Ke's expression became serious, and he didn't dare to be careless. A layer of blue water's dark protection force covered his body, and the blue longsword in his hand also released a powerful aura. Come see how I'll take care of you, you naughty girl. Duke licked his lips, ready to receive Bing Ruoshui's powerful attack. Ice rain. Bing Ruoshui leapt into the air and snorted coldly. The ice sword in her hand trembled, and countless ice flowers fell from the sky towards Du Ke. Every ice flower here contained the strongest attack of ice like water. Once touched, one would immediately be frozen and injured. Instead of retreating, Du Ke charged forward with a loud shout. His long sword spun rapidly, and a water curtain instantly appeared in front of him. Ding dang ding dang. When the ice flowers hit the water curtain, many of them were blocked by the water curtain, but many of them pierced through the water curtain and hit Duke's dark protection force. Unfortunately, his strength had been reduced by half, so he did not deal much damage to Duke. Haha, you don't have any strength left, right? Wait for me to capture you. Duke laughed proudly. Then he once again swung his sword to cut off the remaining ice flowers. His entire body swept towards the pale and powerless Bing Ruoshui. At this time, Bing Ruoshui raised her cold eyes, her empty hand holding 3 pieces of ice. Just as Du Ke arrived in front of her, she shook her hand, and the 3 pieces of ice shot towards Du Ke from 3 different directions. One shot towards the top of Du Ke's head, one shot towards his chest, and the last shot towards his dantian. Du Ke did not expect Bing Ruoshui to have such a move, and was immediately shocked. He quickly pulled out his sword to block. Ding dang dang dang. Because the distance was too close, Du Ke could only block the attacks from the top of his head and dantian. The one in front of his chest was already unavoidable, and it was heavily bombarded. Pooh. Du Ke's body was forced back 3 steps by the ice, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that Bing Ruoshui's attack had caused him quite a bit of internal injury. Good job, I'll return the favor. Du Ke revealed a sinister expression, and once again pounced forward, his hand forming a claw that clawed towards Bing Ruoshui's chest. Bing Ruoshui had already used up all of her spiritual energy, and she did not have the time to take a pill, so she could only reluctantly retreat. Seeing that Du Ke's hand was about to grab Bing Ruoshui's chest, his face revealed a lustful expression. So, at this time, an extremely fast figure disappeared from Wen Kudai's side. In the next moment, Du Ke's hand stopped 5 centimeters away from Bing Ruoshui's chest. This was because his hand was being tightly gripped by another strong and powerful hand. Duke frowned, and used all of his strength to pull his hand back, but he found that his hand seemed to be tightly gripped by a 1,000-year-old iron pincer, and he could not move at all. Duke looked up, and saw an extraordinarily handsome young man coldly looking at him, and his hand was tightly gripped by the other party. This young man had sharp edges, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like a tiger's dignified aura, and his overall temperament fiercely attacked Du Ke. Wasn't this the person that Du Ke called a gigolo, Ling Xiao? You dare touch my woman, you really have guts. Ling Xiao lightly said, and a powerful force came from his hand. Gotcha. Ah. Du Ke's wrist was actually forcibly crushed by Ling Xiao. Previously, in order to cultivate the Vajra 5 Changes secret art, Ling Xiao had suffered a lot. His body's strength was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. And his strength was also several times that of someone of the same level. Du Ke did not have any room to resist, and his hand was crippled. Du Ke's pitiful cry caused everyone who was fighting to separate, and all eyes looked towards him. Since you've already become a cripple, there's no point in living. You might as well die. Ling Xiao said very indifferently. Du Ke's face revealed a painful expression, and his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, he was even more shocked. He knew that his opponent's strength was extremely terrifying, and immediately swung his sword towards Ling Xiao's head with his other hand. Ling Xiao actually did not dodge, causing the purple sky sect's disciples to all cry out in alarm. Be careful. Ling Xiao's face did not reveal any panic, and only saw that the hand that he was holding on to Du Ke suddenly emitted a blue flame. The blue flame was bewitching and swift, and in an instant, it actually burned one of Du Ke's hands. Ah! Du Ke had not even slashed at Ling Xiao when he once again let out a mournful cry. That blue flame seemed to have no intention of stopping, and like a prairie fire, it rapidly spread towards his entire body. Du Ke seemed to have become a man of fire in an instant, rolling on the ground and screaming. That scream was like a malicious spirit from the 9 hells, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Not long after, Du Ke was burned by the blue flame until not even ashes were left. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run through their bodies and minds. Ling Xiao acted as if he had just done something insignificant, turned around, took out a cloak from his space ring, and carefully wrapped it around Bing Ruoshui before asking softly, "Are you all right?" Bing Ruoshui's beautiful face, which was rarely seen in 100 years, actually bloomed with a smile that seemed to dim the world. She shook her head gently, her face blushing slightly, but her heart was filled with warmth and comfort. Ling Xiao glanced around at the Purple Sky sect disciples and said faintly, "All of you stand back, leave this to me." The dozen or so Purple Sky sect disciples did not have any objections and obediently retreated behind Ling Xiao, silently staring at Ling Xiao's figure, feeling that he was unusually tall and powerful. At this time, Yu Lian walked over to Ling Xiao's side and pointed to another River Dark sect disciple, shouting, "Junior brother, he was also trying to take advantage of me just now." Ling Xiao cast an indifferent glance at the person Yu Lian was pointing at. The River Dark sect disciple took a timid step back for no reason before finally gritting his teeth and shouting, "You dared to kill our senior brother Du. Everyone, attack together and chop him up for me." Although he shouted these words, not many of the River Dark sect disciples dared to take even half a step forward. This was all because Ling Xiao's move just now had thoroughly intimidated them. Du Ke was already a peak existence among them, but he couldn't even block a single move from this young man, and was directly burned to ashes. How could they not be afraid of this? They felt that this young man in front of them was likely a half-step king rank master. "You're not bad," Ling Xiao said sarcastically as he looked at the River Dark sect disciple with contempt, and then his eyes flashed coldly as he said faintly, "You can die now." Ling Xiao's voice was like a curse, as if he could decide life and death with just a single word. The River Dark sect disciple was stunned, and he didn't even have time to close his eyes before he fell heavily to the ground. The River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect disciples were horrified. They'd never imagined that someone would be able to kill with a single word. They hadn't even seen Ling Xiao make a move, but that disciple had indeed died in front of them. All of them couldn't help but take a few steps back, and they couldn't conceal the terror on their faces. They hated Dooku and Jiang Zhitian to the bone. Why did they have to provoke this god of death for no reason? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Nan and said indifferently, "Who injured senior brother Zhao?" Luo Meiying pointed at Jiang Zhitian and said, "It was him. He injured Zhao Nan." So what if it was me? Let me have a taste of your tricks." Jiang Zhitian had some courage, and he snorted coldly as the two wheels in his hands shot towards Ling Xiao. "You've got guts," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The afterimage where he was standing was cut apart by the two wheels, and his real body had already arrived beside Jiang Zhitian. Jiang Zhitian was shocked, and he hurriedly retreated. "You won't be able to escape," Ling Xiao said indifferently. His legs swept out with a cold kick, and a strong gray wind blade was attached to the kick. Bang bang! Wind God's kick swept Jiang Zhitian into the air, and the gloomy and cold gray wind blades wrapped around him. When Jiang Zhitian landed on the ground, he didn't even have time to scream before his entire body's skin and flesh were quickly corroded. In the end, only his clothes and profound artifact were left on the ground. Ling Xiao bent down and collected Jiang Zhitian's spatial ring. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the people from the River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect. The people from the two sects retreated once again. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was a devil, a god of death. He was too terrifying. They had originally thought that the people from the two sects would definitely be able to defeat him, but who would have thought that they would provoke such a fiend? In their hearts, they had already cursed Dooku and Jiang Zhitian's mother 1,000 times. "Everyone, cripple one of your arms and scram." Ling Xiao looked around at the people from the two sects and said faintly. Chapter 317. The River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect were both ranked above the Purple Sky sect, and their overall strength was slightly stronger than the Purple Sky sects. They had thought that they had the Purple Sky sects people, who knew that the useless pretty boy that was scolded by Dooku would suddenly emerge and annihilate a few of them in succession. Moreover, all of them were annihilated with a single move, and one of them even died without a sound. It was simply too strange and terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's methods were abnormally terrifying, he wanted a hand from each of the dozens of people here. Naturally, there were some people who were unwilling to do so. If one of their hands was crippled, it would be equivalent to losing half of their fighting strength. They would become crippled, and none of them would be willing to do so. At this time, a high-rank spirit master from the River Dark sect stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Always leave a way out. Brother, don't be too ruthless. Besides, we are from the River Dark sect." When the young man said River Dark sect, his accent was extremely heavy, wanting to use this to scare Ling Xiao away. A person from the Six Extreme sect also stood up and cupped his hands. "That's right, we were in the wrong, but my useless junior brother has already been killed by you. Let's just forget about this matter. We are from the Six Extreme sect." Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the two young men, a trace of sharpness flashing across his face. The two of them vigilantly took a step back, and they didn't know why they felt a chill in their hearts. "You guys are not bad," Ling Xiao praised them, then said indifferently. "But you guys look very annoying. Kill yourselves, and I'll leave your corpses intact." Ling Xiao's words were spoken very softly, very calmly, but everyone could hear him clearly. He actually told the two high-rank spirit masters to kill themselves. Even if they were half a step away from the king level, they would have to think twice before saying such a thing. However, no one thought that Ling Xiao was joking. After all, Ling Xiao's shocking method just now wasn't done for nothing. The faces of the young men from the River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect were extremely ugly. "Do you really want to become enemies with our River Nether sect?" The young man from River Nether sect shouted with a timid expression. "I am the young sect master of the Six Extreme sect. Does young Master Gu really want to disregard all consequences?" The young man from the Six Extreme sect said with a gloomy face. "You two talk too much. You can die now," Ling Xiao said faintly. His mental force split into two and fiercely stabbed into the two's spiritual seas. Both of them rolled on the ground, clutching their heads as they screamed. Ling Xiao spread out his palms. One hand was covered in blue flames, while the other was covered in gray wind blades, which shot towards the two of them respectively. The two of them didn't have any room to resist and died without a complete corpse. The disciples of the River Dark sect and the Six Extremes sect let out a strange cry and began to flee in all directions. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't have a chance to survive. Originally, I only wanted to take one of your arms, but now you're forcing me to start a massacre. Ling Xiao murmured with determination. The ice sword appeared in his hand, and the Golden Wolf King suddenly appeared. One man and one beast rushed into the midst of the fleeing disciples of the two sects, and the massacre began. At this time, Zhao Nan from the Purple Sky sect shouted, "Kill these bastards!" After shouting, he raised his gun and rode the Scarlet Flame Tiger to chase after the fleeing disciples of the two sections. Zhao Nan had just been beaten up by Jiang Zhitian, and he was injured in many places. Now was the time to beat the drowning dogs, so how could he not vent his anger? Following Zhao Nan's shout, the other disciples also chased after them with murderous intent. Previously, they even dared to chase after and offend the Tai Li sect. Now why would they be afraid of the River Dark sect and the Six Extremes sect? In any case, they were already in a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Why not cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles? Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King were both existences whose speed could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Very quickly, one man and one beast rushed into the crowd of people who were fleeing and began to tear each other apart. Ling Xiao was like the reincarnation of a devil, and the ice and fire sword in his hand was like the Grim Reaper who harvested human lives. Sometimes he brandished the innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi, and sometimes he switched to the Demon Blue Flame. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect caught up with the weaker disciples and joined forces to kill them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the weeds on the mountain path were stained with blood. A gentle breeze blew past, and a wave of stench made people feel abnormally disgusted. Ling Xiao rode on the majestic back of the wolf. His purple martial clothes were stained with blood, as if he was a knight who had returned victorious from the battlefield. His entire person looked abnormally cold and domineering. None of the 34 people from the River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sects survived. As early as the opponent was unwilling to cripple his own arm, Ling Xiao had already planned to kill everyone here. After all, in this secret territory, if you didn't kill, you would be killed by others. However, if you wanted to kill others, you had to be more straightforward and leave behind the roots of trouble. Outside, it was not a competition of your own strength, but the strength of your own sect. One reason why Ling Xiao wiped out the people of these two sects at once was that the other party had gone too far. Although he and Bing Ruoshui did not have any relationship, he had long regarded her as his clothes. Sooner or later, he would take her into his backyard. How could he allow other men to sully her? The other reason was to not leave behind any trouble in the future. What Ling Xiao was worried about now was that the few people from the Tai Li sect who had escaped were still missing. If they were to escape on the day when the secret territory reopened, it might bring endless trouble to the Purple Sky sect. However, there was no way out now. Everything was provoked by the other party. Killing them was killing them. Ling Xiao did not regret doing so. After this battle, there were only 13 people left in the Purple Sky sect from the original 15 people. Moreover, 2 of them were seriously injured. These were all injuries caused by the people of the other party, when Ling Xiao was meditating. The 13 people did not dare to rest and recover at the same place because they did not know when the purple dragon roar would appear. Therefore, the 13 people all returned to the ruins of the pavilion and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. While everyone was healing, Ling Xiao told the others and found another spacious place to sit down quietly. The Golden Wolf King meekly licked Ling Xiao's feet, looking like it was trying to please him. Ling Xiao took out 2 beast cores, 1 gold and 1 white, both exuding strong energy. There seemed to be a golden feathered eagle and a tempest greedy wolf above the beast cores. These 2 beast cores of the 4th rank were the spoils of war that Ling Xiao had obtained when he encountered the 5-colored gourd holy fruit before entering the secret territory. Now that the Golden Wolf King had reached the peak of the 3rd rank for a long time, it had been lacking a beast core of the wind attribute to help it break through. Now Ling Xiao planned to use the two high-level beast cores in front of him to let the Golden Wolf King absorb them to help it break through. However, the energy of a stage for beast core was enormous, and it was not something that the current Golden Wolf King could directly devour. Otherwise, it would only explode and die. Ling Xiao had no choice but to think of another plan, to weaken the energy of these two beast cores by a third. This way, the Golden Wolf King could swallow and absorb them, and it should be able to reduce the consequences of its body exploding. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron, and threw the two pills into the cauldron at the same time. The demon blue flame burned on the walls of the cauldron, slowly consuming the energy of the two beast cores. For hours had passed, and the two beast cores had shrunk by a third. Ling Xiao stopped his movements and said to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, I have already refined these two profound qi and reduced a lot of their energy. Can you absorb them at the same time?" The Golden Wolf King sniffed at the two beast cores in the cauldron and said, "Master, I should be able to absorb them at the same time. They are enough for me to evolve." "That's good. Swallow them. I'll protect you from the side. Only success is allowed, not failure." Ling Xiao nodded, took out two beast cores and threw them into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. After the Golden Wolf King easily swallowed it, there was nothing unusual at first, but after a while, its golden fur became bright and dazzling. A golden curtain of light enveloped it, and it kept letting out howls towards the sky. Its howls attracted the gazes of the Purple Sky Sect disciples. If they hadn't seen Ling Xiao sitting quietly at the side, they would have run over to see what was going on. Although the two beast cores had been refined by Ling Xiao and had lost a lot of energy, there was still the peak of the middle stage of the fourth step. The Golden Wolf King absorbed two at the same time, but its body was still swollen and deformed, and it was in so much pain that it kept on screaming. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King was a mutated spirit beast. It already had a beast core when it was at the high stage of the second step. It belonged to a high-level spirit beast, and its endurance and absorption ability were much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. After a day and night of absorption, its body gradually grew to more than 6 meters. Its strong limbs and body became more perfect, and its golden fur became even more noble. Its appearance also began to change shockingly. Its third eye directly opened up from its forehead, and it opened up a lot wider than before. The eye rotated strangely on its forehead, and the fangs in its mouth became even sharper. The claws under its feet also grew a lot longer, like 4 golden claws that were abnormally sharp. After another half a day, the Golden Wolf King looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. It had finally completed its advancement. Looking at the Golden Wolf King in front of him, which was even more powerful and extraordinary, Ling Xiao patted its forehead in satisfaction and said, "Xiao Jin did a good job. How do you feel now?" The Golden Wolf King replied proudly, "Master, the profound qi in my body is surging, and my strength has already reached the middle stage of the fourth step." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he said happily, "Not bad, you can actually advance 2 levels in a row. It seems like the energy of those 2 beast cores is extraordinary." Ling Xiao really didn't think that the Golden Wolf King would be able to advance 2 levels with the help of these 2 beast cores. This time, he was extremely happy. Now that the secret realm was filled with danger, it was unknown what kind of opponent would appear. The advancement of the Golden Wolf King had undoubtedly given Ling Xiao a dose of tranquilizer. His personal ability was limited, and he couldn't always avoid danger. He also had to divert his attention to take care of his companions from his sect. In this way, the successful advancement of the Golden Wolf King would mean that he had an expert comparable to a middle-stage king stage expert on his side. Even if he met the people from the 3 7th-rank sects, he wouldn't have to fear them. After all, those who could enter the secret realm were all martial artists below the king stage. With the Golden Wolf King in charge, who would dare to provoke them? That would undoubtedly be courting death. Although the Golden Wolf King's advancement made Ling Xiao happy for a while, he still had one thing on his mind that he had to settle. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. That was to think of a way to subdue the purple flood dragon for him to use. Chapter 318. The purple flood dragon puppet was a high-rank 5th-order spirit beast, not inferior to the multicolored toad he had encountered in the Myriad Beast Cave. Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of the multicolored toad, and if it weren't for the Golden Wolf King's help, it would have been difficult for him to exterminate the multicolored toad. Now he wanted to subdue the purple flood dragon puppet, not kill it. This was naturally even more difficult, not to mention that with his current strength, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, since Ling Xiao had made up his mind, he would do his best to subdue the purple flood dragon puppet. After all, the purple flood dragon puppet was a great temptation to him. And if he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get another chance to see such a rare spirit beast. Ling Xiao recalled the relevant records that mentioned the purple flood dragon puppet liked to eat a kind of spirit grass called crimson grass. This kind of spirit grass wasn't a high-rank spirit grass, and for human cultivators, it didn't have much use, but this kind of spirit grass was the dragon puppet's favorite food. Ling Xiao didn't want to know why the purple flood dragon puppet liked this kind of food, but right now he was trying to find a way to see if he had this kind of spirit grass in his space ring. However, Ling Xiao looked through his collection several times, but he couldn't find a single stalk of crimson grass, causing him to be disappointed. Yu Lian walked over from not too far away and asked with a light smile, "Is there something bothering junior brother?" Ling Xiao glanced at the charming Yu Lian and shook his head with a light smile. "It's nothing serious. Look at your face, the word worry is written all over it. Are you worried that those sects will retaliate?" Yu Lian asked as she sat down next to Ling Xiao. A whiff of a woman's fragrance soothed Ling Xiao's mood. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh and said, "If those people were killed, then so be it. I'm not afraid of anything." At this point he paused for a moment and casually asked, "Senior sister, do you have any crimson grass?" "Crimson grass? Hee." Yu Lian asked in reply, then covered her mouth and giggled. Her whole body was trembling, and her firm and towering breasts were trembling. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he thought to himself, "This girl's temptation is everywhere." "Senior sister, what are you laughing at?" Ling Xiao collected his thoughts and asked Yu Lian. Yu Lian didn't answer, but asked instead, "What do you want the crimson vermilion grass for?" Ling Xiao looked at Yu Lian's smiling eyes and thought, "Could it be that she knows what I'm going to use it for?" Ling Xiao didn't hide anything. "I'm here to subdue the purple flood drake." Yu Lian's smiling face stiffened at first, and then he hurriedly said, "Junior brother, are you crazy? That Jiao drake is so powerful that even if all of us attacked it together, we might not be able to subdue it. You want to subdue it with a spirit herb used for makeup? Makeup spirit herb?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. Yu Lian giggled. "Don't you know that crimson vermilion grass is good for women's beauty and anti-aging?" Really?" Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't think that crimson vermilion grass was good for women's beauty and anti-aging, and that it was the Jiao drake's favorite food. This was unbelievable. Did those big bugs like beauty too? Just thinking about the big bug's ferocious appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel disgusted. Yu Lian rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and smiled. "Hee, if you didn't say you were going to subdue the Jiao drake, I would have thought you were going to give it to another woman to make her happy." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Lian, who was grinning from ear to ear. He suddenly had the urge to flirt with her. This was all because of Yu Lian's natural charm, which was constantly exuding temptation. When Yu Lian saw that Ling Xiao was in a daze for her, she was secretly delighted. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kiss Yu Lian's sexy lips, a cold voice sounded. "Don't seduce my man." As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed to Ling Xiao's side. A cold breath rushed to his nose, and Ling Xiao stopped. He didn't need to guess to know who it was. "Oh, you and junior brother got married? How did he become your man?" Yu Lian was very unhappy that Bing Ruoshui had ruined her happy time, and she immediately said in a strange tone. She thought that Bing Ruoshui was shy and would retreat because of her words. Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui gracefully hugged Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Did you say before that I was your woman?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Bing Ruoshui to ask such a direct question. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. Did I say that?" Bing Ruoshui's face turned cold, and Yu Lian put her hand on her chest and smiled. Look, how can a junior brother like a block of ice? It's so uncomfortable to hug him. Yu Lian's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to Bing Ruoshui's fire. I'll kill you. An ice sword appeared in Bing Ruoshui's hand, and she stabbed at Yu Lian without any warning. I'm not afraid of you. Yu Lian would not be weak, and a fiery thin sword instantly appeared in her hand. Seeing that the two women were about to fight, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a powerful pressure was released. He faintly said, "You two are always shouting about fighting and killing. What a scandal." After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hands, and fiercely pulled the two beautiful women in front of him into his arms. The two women were momentarily stunned by Ling Xiao's actions. Although they had always expressed their love for Ling Xiao had always avoided them, which made them think that Ling Xiao had no interest in them. Now that Ling Xiao had done this, they were both shocked and overjoyed. After hugging the two girls tightly, Ling Xiao unceremoniously kissed the two girls' jade lips, and then faintly said, "From now on, both of you are my women, no one can escape. If you dare to make such a ruckus again, be careful that my family will punish you." Ling Xiao's actions were very rough, and his words were very domineering. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time, but because of Yin Mingqi, he did not dare to reveal his thoughts. Now that he was in this secret realm, he did not know when he would lose his life, so why not take advantage of this opportunity to reveal his thoughts, lest he regret it in the future? "Who's your woman? So domineering?" Yu Lian said with a sweet smile, and then tightly hugged Ling Xiao's waist, saying, "But I like your domineering." On the other side, Bing Ruoshui's ice-cold face became unprecedentedly red, and her entire face was buried deep in Ling Xiao's chest, not daring to raise it, as if her shy appearance was pitiful. Ling Xiao looked at the two women in his arms, and for some reason, he felt very comfortable. He immediately laughed and said, "In the future, you have to listen to your husband, understand? Otherwise, humph." Ling Xiao's words were very loud, and not far away, the purple sky sex people all turned to look at Ling Xiao, who was hugging two beauties on his left and right, their eyes filled with envy. "Oh my God, all the good dishes have been taken away." Zhao Nan curled his lips in displeasure. Yanzhe grabbed a jug of wine and drank a mouthful. He said with a grin, "It's just a beautiful skeleton. Only by continuously becoming stronger is the right path. You don't have the slightest bit of flirting. Serves you right for being a bachelor for the rest of your life." Zhao Nan grabbed Yanzhe's jug of wine and cursed, then also drank it with a gulp. Chen Wenyu lightly said, "There is no limit to martial arts, but love is eternal. Wait until you meet your other half, then you'll understand what it's like to be one." "Pa, Chen Wenyu, you're also a bachelor, but you still have the nerve to show off in front of us. Take it, drink," Zhao Nan said disdainfully, then threw the jug of wine in his hand to Chen Wenyu. Chen Wenyu bitterly smiled and also fiercely drank a mouthful of wine. Luo Meiying and Wen Qidi, who had just woken up from meditation, both had abnormally complicated expressions on their faces. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that they really wanted to switch places with Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian. "He's really a womanizer." Wen Qidi pouted and muttered unhappily. Luo Meiying coincidentally heard her words and immediately said, "He's an amazing man, and it's destined that no woman can resist him in this lifetime, not even Miss Yin. If you really like him, then you have to be prepared to accept everything about him. Otherwise, you should leave him." Although Luo Meiying had never been in love before, she also understood this principle. Her master was Wen Haiyan, and she was Wen Qidi's fellow apprentice sister. Her words were not only a warning to Wen Qidi, but also a warning to herself. On this continent, no matter where, outstanding men would have many wives and concubines. This couldn't be more normal. If she couldn't learn to be tolerant, then she could only choose to leave. Otherwise, the final outcome would only add to the pain. Wen Qidi was silent for a moment, then she raised her head and looked in Ling Xiao's direction. She clenched her small fists and firmly said, "I will definitely become his main wife." Luo Meiying glanced at Wen Qidi and couldn't help but bitterly smile in her heart. Ling Xiao hugged the two girls and sat on the newly advanced Golden Wolf King. He turned to look at Yu Lian and asked, "Senior sister, do you have the crimson grass?" From Yu Lian's tone just now, Ling Xiao felt that she should have the crimson grass. At this time Bing Ruoshui, who was on the other side of Ling Xiao, asked in astonishment, "What do you want the crimson grass for?" "If he wants to come, of course it's to give women away." Yu Lian lightly glared at Ling Xiao and said. Following that, Ling Xiao's other waist was twisted into a spiral shape by a delicate hand. Hiss! Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air and said seriously, "The crimson grass is the purple flood dragon's favorite food. I plan to have a chat with it." "You plan to have a chat with it?" The two girls next to Ling Xiao looked at him with dark expressions. The purple flood dragon's strength was so terrifying, but Ling Xiao didn't seem to know or care about it at all. "That's right, a fifth-order spirit beast can already understand human speech. I plan to subdue it, and see if it can be of use to me. But don't worry, even if I can't subdue it, I can still calmly leave," Ling Xiao emphasized again when he saw the two girls' worries. Yu Lian saw Ling Xiao's determination, so she took out a few similar spirit grasses from her space ring, and placed them in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "My crimson grass is all here. If I grow old in the future, you can't abandon me." Bing Ruoshui also took out a few spirit grasses similar to Yu Lian's, and placed them in Ling Xiao's hands. She then looked at Ling Xiao tenderly and said, "Don't force yourself, we'll wait for you." Chapter 319. Ling Xiao was overjoyed to receive the crimson vermilion grass from the two girls. He gave the two girls a kiss each, and then gave some instructions to the crowd before running towards the medicinal garden that the purple drake was guarding. The two girls glanced at Ling Xiao's back and then looked at each other. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural as they turned their heads away. Yu Lian was the first to break the silence and smiled. "It looks like the feud between our two families is destined to end in our generation." Bing Ruoshui looked up at the sky and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Yu Lian looked deeply in the direction that Ling Xiao had left in and said, "As long as he's here, nothing is impossible." She then turned around and looked sincerely at Bing Ruoshui. "I hope that we can be good sisters." Bing Ruoshui's body trembled slightly and she nodded. "Big sister you." "Haha, little sister Ruoshui." Yu Lian's eyes unconsciously became misty. Ling Xiao once again arrived near the medicinal garden, his vigilance at its highest. Although the purple drake liked to eat spirit herbs and plants, it could also swallow invaders alive. This ruined herb garden was shockingly the territory of the purple flood dragon. It definitely had to defend its territory. Moreover, the invaders were humans with such low strength. How could it possibly turtle up and not come out? Ling Xiao carefully walked over the medicinal garden and loudly called out, "Big Bug, come out. I've brought you something delicious." His voice returned to the valley, but the ground was still abnormally calm. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think that the purple drake wouldn't be here. It was definitely waiting for an opportunity to suddenly appear. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the patience to ask for it. He wanted to force it to show itself. Based on the situation from the past 2 days, as long as someone touched the spiritual plants here, the purple drake would definitely appear. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked over to a spiritual plant. He bent down and looked at the ground. Unfortunately, there was still no movement. "Damn, this guy is really patient. I'll pick it." Ling Xiao cursed and quickly reached out to pick the third-grade spiritual plant. Rumble. Just as Ling Xiao finished plucking the spirit grass, rumbling sounds came from the ground. The purple drake roar appeared once more. This time, it wasn't just trying to scare people like the previous 2 times. Instead, it charged menacingly towards Ling Xiao to bite him. His speed was so fast that it was hard to catch. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao was prepared, he would have fallen into the purple drake's stomach. Ling Xiao frantically retreated with dazzling steps. He picked up a stalk of crimson red grass and shook it as he shouted, "Don't be rough, Big Bug. There's something delicious here. Do you want it? If you do, then stop right now." Roar. How could the purple drake care about Ling Xiao's words? It knew that Ling Xiao had dared to come to its territory time and time again. If it didn't eat him up, how could it endure this anger? The purple drake's enormous body emerged from the ground. It was more than 20 meters long, and its purplish-black body looked very strong and sturdy. Whoosh! It swung its enormous body towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew how powerful the purple drake was, so he raised his speed to the limit and narrowly avoided the purple drake's sweeping attack. The purple drake was infuriated, and it spat out a clump of soil towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly as he jumped. Could it be that this big bug's taste has changed? Damn it! Ling Xiao tossed the crimson red grass in his hand to the side, and quickly escaped from the medicinal garden. The purple flood dragon let out a roar and tried to chase after Ling Xiao again. It definitely couldn't let this human escape so easily again. He dared to challenge its limits so many times. However, just as the purple drake was about to burrow into the ground, its large eyes looked towards the crimson red grass that had fallen not far away. Its eyes immediately flashed with greed, as if it had seen a beautiful woman. In the next moment, it rushed over to the crimson red grass as fast as it could, opened its mouth and bit down. The palm-sized crimson red grass and a clump of soil were swallowed into its stomach. Ling Xiao just happened to turn around and see this scene. He laughed happily and said, "So this big bug's taste hasn't changed." He then took out another crimson red grass from his spatial ring. "Big bug, there's more delicious food here. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll let you eat it every day," Ling Xiao said proudly as he waved the spirit grass in his hand at the purple drake. The purple drake straightened its body, and its eyes turned around a few times. With a whoosh, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Its terrifying mouth was actually planning on swallowing Ling Xiao as well. "My mother!" Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. If it weren't for his wind attribute, he probably wouldn't have been able to run even if he had a few more legs. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was over 100 meters away from the purple drake. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let out a sigh of relief, he heard a restless sound coming from underground. The ground was constantly heaving up and down. Ling Xiao didn't dare hesitate and immediately turned around to run as fast as he could. He didn't dare run towards his fellow sect members, and instead chose to rush towards another mountain path. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he outrun the purple drake that had burrowed into the ground? Roar! A dragon earthworm head appeared in front of Ling Xiao, scaring Ling Xiao into hurriedly throwing the crimson red grass in another direction. As expected, the purple drake immediately gave up on Ling Xiao and pounced towards the crimson red grass. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to summon the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King had already reached the mid-stage of the Fourth Order, and its strength was no longer the same as before. Although it was still a far cry from the purple drake, its third eye gave Ling Xiao a bit more protection. After the purple drake swallowed another stalk of crimson red grass, its body actually underwent a few strange changes. Its skin seemed to become a bit smoother, and its tail began to emit a series of popping sounds. A rising stench caused Ling Xiao's appetite to churn. "Fuck, this big bug is actually defecating in the hall in front of so many people. Does it even have a sense of civility? It stinks to death." Ling Xiao pinched his nose and cursed. While the purple drake was defecating, he had to quickly leave. Although the crimson red grass was the purple drake's favorite food, that big fellow seemed to want to eat it as well. There was no way to communicate with it. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao could only choose to give up. Who asked his strength to be limited? However, before Ling Xiao could get far, the purple drake actually chased after him, scaring Ling Xiao into running for his life. The Golden Wolf King had just advanced, and its strength had greatly increased. It actually turned around and pounced at the purple drake, as if it wanted to have a great battle with it. However, the Golden Wolf King couldn't even take a single blow from the purple drake, and was sent flying. It heavily smashed into the mountain wall, causing it to howl incessantly. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks, his body covered in blue flames as he sent out a few palm strikes at the purple drake. Ling Xiao originally thought that the purple drake would still charge at him without a care for anything, but when it saw Ling Xiao's flames, it revealed a deep fear. It actually didn't dare to advance any further, and instead dove back into the ground. Ling Xiao didn't quite understand, but he couldn't care about that right now. He ran over to the Golden Wolf King and asked, "Xiao Jin, are you alright?" The Golden Wolf King replied, "Master, I'm not its match. It's too strong." Ling Xiao relaxed when he saw that the Golden Wolf King was fine, So he said to it, "If it dares to attack you again, use your third eye to shoot it. I'll teach it a lesson for you." The Golden Wolf King replied with a yes and struggled to get up. "Master, it hasn't left yet," the Golden Wolf King reminded him. Ling Xiao's gaze darkened and he nodded. "I know." Ling Xiao circulated his blue flames and maintained his vigilance at all times, just in case the purple drake suddenly charged out from under his feet. "Let's go back," Ling Xiao said to the Golden Wolf King when he saw that there was no movement again. He took the lead and walked back. However, he hadn't gone far when the purple drake's head suddenly popped out in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say a word. The blue demon flame in his hand blasted towards it. The purple drake was quite crafty. Before the flames could burn it, it burrowed back into the ground, causing Ling Xiao to return empty-handed. Ling Xiao took another few dozen steps forward, and the giant head actually reappeared. Ling Xiao once again used his flames to burn it, and it burrowed back into the ground. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. "Damn, are you really not going to let me go?" When the purple drake reappeared, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he calmly looked at the purple drake and said, "Big Bug, what are you trying to do?" The purple drake didn't respond and just stared blankly at Ling Xiao. It didn't seem as murderous as before, and instead seemed rather amiable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think, could it be that the crimson grass is effective? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out another stalk of crimson grass and waved it in front of the purple drake. Whoosh! The purple drake pounced at Ling Xiao just like before. Ling Xiao was shocked, but fortunately, the Golden Wolf King was there to protect him. A ray of golden light shot towards the purple drake. For a moment, the purple drake's eyes became unfocused, and it seemed to have lost all ability to attack. The Golden Wolf King wanted to pounce and bite, but Ling Xiao stopped it. "Wait!" Ling Xiao put away the crimson grass. Since it was already effective, he couldn't let it go to waste. When the purple drake regained its senses and looked at Ling Xiao again, it discovered that Ling Xiao no longer had any crimson grass. For some reason, it hissed at Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't understand beast language, so he naturally didn't know what it was saying. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King could translate for him. "Little Gold, listen to what it's saying." Ling Xiao asked. "Master, it's asking you where that stalk of spirit grass went," the Golden Wolf King replied. Ling Xiao revealed a pleased smile and said to the purple drake, "Big Bug, you should be able to hear human language now. If you know what I'm saying, then nod. If you don't, then just nod." It was time for him to have a good chat with the purple drake. When the purple drake heard Ling Xiao's words, it looked around and nodded at Ling Xiao in a very human-like manner. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. This purple drake really could understand human language now. Chapter 320. To show his sincerity, Ling Xiao took out another stalk of crimson vermilion grass and asked the purple drake, "You want to eat this, right?" The purple drake didn't hide its desire at all, and excitedly nodded its head. "All right, as long as you follow me, I'll let you eat this every day," Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. The purple drake seemed to have a special liking for the crimson vermilion grass, and it nodded without hesitation. Ling Xiao froze on the spot and thought to himself, "Is this big bug trying to trick me? All right, I'll give you another stalk. If you follow me in the future, I'll let you eat it every day." Ling Xiao didn't care if the purple drake was sincere or not, and he immediately threw the crimson vermilion grass to the purple drake. The purple drake excitedly opened its mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing it, the purple drake didn't seem satisfied, and it opened its mouth again, saliva dripping from its mouth. It seemed to be waiting for Ling Xiao's charity. Ling Xiao shrugged. "There's no more for today. If you really want to eat it, then listen to me and I'll give you more in the future." The purple drake rolled its eyes and ignored Ling Xiao, burrowing into the ground and disappearing. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Had he really been tricked by this bug? Forget it, I've run into an ungrateful wretch. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking away. In any case, he'd only lost a few insignificant stalks of spirit grass, so he didn't feel too pained. However, before Ling Xiao could get very far, something strange happened underground again. The purple drake once again burrowed out of the ground, and its huge body began to gradually shrink. Its 20-meter-long body quickly shrank to less than a meter. At a closer look, the earthworm spirit beast's characteristics weren't very obvious. Instead, it looked more like a miniature legless dragon, and it looked very agile. The purple drake centipede flickered lightly, its speed so fast that even Ling Xiao couldn't react. The next moment, however, he found that it had already wrapped itself around Ling Xiao's waist, its fist-sized dragon head rubbing against Ling Xiao's chest, clearly trying to please him. The moment he was entangled by the purple drake centipede, Ling Xiao was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. If the purple drake roar were to attack him now, his life would be in danger. He really didn't expect that the purple drake would be subdued so easily. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This young master's character really isn't just for show." After subduing the purple drake, Ling Xiao was in a great mood. Thus, he allowed the purple flood dragon robe to wrap around his waist like a belt, and quickly jogged over to where his fellow sect members were. When everyone saw a spirit beast that looked like an earthworm and a dragon wrapped around Ling Xiao's waist, they were all dumbfounded. Zhao Nan walked over curiously and pointed at the purple drake centipede, asking, "Junior brother, why did you subdue this little snake?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, the purple drake centipede flashed and shot towards Zhao Nan. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Watch out!" However, even Ling Xiao couldn't escape the purple drake centipede's speed, let alone Zhao Nan. The purple drake centipede coiled around Zhao Nan's arm and opened its mouth to bite him. Ling Xiao called out in time, "Big worm, come back!" The purple drake centipede glared at Zhao Nan, who was already scared silly, then scurried back to Ling Xiao's waist and closed its eyes, looking angry. Ling Xiao rubbed its little head and smiled. "I'll give you a name. From now on, I'll call you Little Dragon. I hope that if you follow this young master, one day you can transform into a dragon and become a true divine beast." When the purple drake centipede heard Ling Xiao's words, it opened its intelligent eyes and actually nodded happily, as if it was very satisfied with the name Ling Xiao had given it. The purple drake centipede's bloodline was extremely dense, and as long as one had the opportunity to devour the bloodline of dragons or their branches in the future, it shouldn't be difficult to transform into a dragon. Following that, Ling Xiao told his fellow sect members about the purple drake centipede's identity. The people from the Purple Sky sect didn't expect the little snake in front of them to be the purple drake centipede. For a moment, they were so scared that they retreated, and their faces became extremely pale. Zhao Nan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost been eaten by the purple drake just then, and he sighed inwardly. No wonder this little thing is so fast and strong. Even I wasn't able to react at all before I was subdued. So it's because of that big bug. No, junior brother Ling is even scarier. He actually managed to subdue it. Damn, why don't I have that kind of luck? Yu Lian walked up to Ling Xiao and asked curiously, "Junior brother, you relied on those few stalks of crimson grass to subdue it?" Ling Xiao chuckled and nodded. "That's right, this guy is extremely greedy. Once we leave the secret realm, I must quickly gather some crimson grass." When Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui received Ling Xiao's affirmation, they both opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to subdue a high-tier stage 5 purple drake centipede with just a few stalks of crimson grass. But the truth was right in front of them. How could they not believe it? In fact, not to mention them, even Ling Xiao himself didn't think that he would be able to subdue the purple drake centipede so easily. Right now, he felt as if he was dreaming. Since the purple drake centipede had been subdued, Ling Xiao brought everyone back to the territory that the purple drake centipede was guarding. Although the medicinal garden in front of them was already riddled with holes, due to the existence of the purple drake centipede, there were still many spirit herbs growing healthily. There were hundreds of stage 3 and stage 4 spirit herbs. No one could imagine that if the heaven-suppressing sect hadn't been destroyed, then the spirit herbs in these medicinal gardens would probably be dozens of times more than what they were now. Everyone looked at these spirit herbs and swallowed their saliva. There was no lack of 5 elemental spirit herbs here. To them, These spirit herbs were immeasurably useful to them. They all wanted to go up and pick them, but when they saw the purple drake centipede on Ling Zhao's waist, no one dared to act recklessly. Xiaolong, since you're following me, you won't be coming here anymore. These spirit herbs are a waste to be left here. Why don't you let me take them away? Ling Xiao asked as he touched the purple drake centipede on his waist. Although the purple drake centipede was willing to follow him, the wild nature of spirit beasts was hard to tame. He didn't sign a contract with it, so who knew if it would betray him? Thus, Ling Xiao had no choice but to be more careful now. Actually, Ling Xiao was thinking too much. Once any spirit beast had chosen a follower willingly, they wouldn't change their mind. The purple drake centipede opened its eyes, turned a few times and nodded obediently. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded to the crowd, indicating that they could pick the spirit herbs. However, just as the purple sky sect disciples were about to pick the spirit herbs, the purple drake centipede on Ling Zhao's waist suddenly jumped out. Its body instantly grew several times bigger, scaring the disciples so much that they stumbled and fell. Xiaolong. Ling Xiao looked at the purple drake centipede in confusion. At the same time, he was on guard, afraid that it would really bite back. The purple drake centipede glared at the purple sky sect disciples a few times, then crawled to Ling Zhao's side, turning back into a smaller version of itself and rubbing itself against Ling Xiao. Then it looked at the spirit herbs, and glared at the other purple sky sect disciples. It was hinting to Ling Xiao to pick the spirit herbs, and not allowing others to pick them. Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily. This purple drake centipede was very interesting. Since the purple drake centipede didn't want others to touch its things, then he could only help it collect these 3rd and 4th level spirit herbs. This caused the eyes of the surrounding disciples to turn red with envy. All the benefits were taken by Elder Ling, and they didn't get a single one. However, none of them dared to say anything. Who told Elder Ling to be able to subdue a 5th level spirit beast? If it was anyone else, it would be strange if they didn't get swallowed alive by the purple drake centipede. After picking all the spirit herbs, Ling Xiao didn't plan to take them all for himself. If anyone wants any spirit herbs, you can tell me and I can give them to you, Ling Xiao said to the crowd. As soon as Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, the morning mood of the others was replaced with joy. Zhao Nen rubbed his hands and said, "How can I accept this?" Ling Xiao could see that Zhao Nen didn't mean what he said, so he immediately smiled and said, "Since senior brother Zhao is embarrassed, then leave it with me for now." Zhao Nen let out an "ah" sound and quickly said, Forget it. Since it's junior brother's kind intentions, how can senior brother reject junior brother's good intentions, right?" The change in Zhao Nan's attitude caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Everyone found this place, so everyone who saw it has a share. However, this little thing of mine is a bit stingy, so each person is only allowed to take 2 spirit herbs. Of course, if you need to refine spirit breaking pills or king pill, I will only take 1 spirit herb from you, but I will take these 2 as compensation. You can think about it." To be honest, even if Ling Xiao gave them the spirit herbs, they would only be able to increase their spiritual power or improve their physique. They wouldn't be able to fully utilize the effects of the spirit herbs. Any spirit herb would only be able to show its true value in the hands of an alchemist. Ling Xiao said this mainly out of goodwill to help his companions who were going through thick and thin with him. After all, he only took 2 spirit herbs as compensation, which was already a very low price. If it was any other alchemist, they wouldn't be so easy to deal with. They wouldn't easily make a move if they didn't take a few more spirit herbs and mysterious crystals. Even if they asked someone from Medicine Peak to make a move, they would still take the same amount of compensation. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, everyone was tempted. Which one of them didn't want their strength to advance in a short period of time? With Ling Zhao's promise, they would be fools if they didn't agree. The people from the Purple Sky sect all gave up the opportunity to take the spirit herbs from Ling Zhao's hands. They all asked Ling Xiao to help them refine the pills they needed when he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this, so he proposed to leave the mountain and look for opportunities elsewhere. The others were absolutely obedient to Ling Zhao's words. However, just as the group was about to leave, the purple flood dragon returned to its original form, and its earthworm tail wrapped tightly around Ling Xiao's feet, not letting him leave. Ling Xiao asked in confusion, "Little dragon, you don't want to leave this place?" The purple flood dragon hadn't reached the 6th stage yet, so it couldn't speak. It could only wrap around Ling Xiao's feet while swaying in a certain direction, as if it was trying to express something. Ling Xiao knew that the purple flood dragon definitely wanted to say something to it, so he ordered everyone to rest in place while he and the purple flood dragon went to investigate. Chapter 321. Ling Xiao agreed to go with the purple drake to see just what it couldn't bear to part with. Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, the purple drake didn't say anything else. It wrapped its tail around Ling Xiao's waist and dragged him into the mountains. Ling Xiao was so frightened that he didn't even have time to scream before his eyes turned pitch black. The people from the Purple Sky sect were even more shocked. They all thought that Ling Xiao had definitely met with misfortune. Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, and Luo Meiying all turned pale. They all had feelings for Ling Xiao, so they naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to die at such a young age. Chen Wenyu was relatively calm and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Since the purple drake has already been subdued by junior apprentice brother, it won't harm him. Let's just wait here." Everyone knew that worrying now was useless, so they could only follow Chen Wenyu's instructions and wait for Ling Xiao's return. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt his body constantly moving forward as he heard a rustling sound. Ling Xiao knew that the purple drake didn't have any intentions of harming him, so he boldly opened his eyes to see just where it was taking him. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness in front of him, and he was surrounded by a yellow light. He wasn't injured at all. "So it's underground," Ling Xiao said. However, he still didn't know where the purple drake was taking him. As the saying goes, since you're here, you might as well take things as they come. Ling Xiao relaxed and allowed the purple drake to take him somewhere he didn't know. Within the secret realm, there was a mountain peak that was shrouded in mist. This mountain was in the center of the secret realm, and it towered into the sky. It was even more majestic than any other mountain, and the spiritual qi here was even denser. Anyone who stood at the foot of this mountain would feel as small as a grain of sand. But standing at the top of this mountain, one would feel as if all the other mountains were small. It was obvious that this was the main peak of the heaven-suppressing sect. Originally, this mountain was supposed to be a paradise filled with hundreds of birds chirping and spirit flowers and spirit herbs. However, this was not the case in reality. There were no roars of beasts or cries of birds on the mountain peak. There were rocks and weeds everywhere, and there were many cracks on the mountain peak that were full of holes. These cracks were made by sabers, spears, arrows, fists, palms. All sorts of innumerable scars had destroyed the mountain. If it was an ordinary mountain, it would have long been flattened. It wasn't hard to imagine how intense a battle had taken place here. Perhaps only a super expert who had reached the Earth's sovereign realm, or above, would be able to blast this mountain into such a state. The mountain was surrounded by dense forests, and there were all kinds of formations set up in the dense forests, making it impossible for people to enter easily. But now, these formations seemed to have been destroyed and could no longer serve as a defense. At this moment in the dense forest, there were 3 groups of people slowly advancing towards the mountain peak. There weren't many people in the 3 groups, with each group having around 10 people. All of their strength was no lower than a high-rank spirit master. Half of them had the strength of half a step into the king realm, and there were even a few that people couldn't see through. It was extremely strange. The people on the left all wore white robes with stars on them. There were 7 men and 3 women, and all of them were around 25 years old. The young man in the lead was even younger, only around 22 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was elegant and handsome. There was always a vague expression on his face, and his eyes would occasionally glance at the group not far away. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Following his gaze, there were 10 young women in pink clothes walking through the forest with light steps, adding a touch of amazement to the forest. Among the 10 women, the one in the middle had a veil over her face, and her appearance couldn't be seen. But just from looking at her incomparably graceful body, it was obvious that she was a beauty that was rarely seen in 100 years. This woman wore a golden branch on her head, a crystal bead around her neck, and a jade ring on her wrist. She was dressed in a colorful robe that was suffused with holy light. Through the transparent robe, one could faintly see how alluring her delicate body was. The young man in the lead of the first group just now had his eyes on this woman. The third group on the left were all men. All of them were tall and mighty, and they were as sturdy as iron towers. Each of them carried a huge sword that was as tall as a person, and they seemed to be extremely solitary. The young man in the lead was even more eye-catching. He was wearing a simple singlet, and his body was taller and more muscular than the others. His upper arms and shoulders were exposed, and his skin was covered with snake-like blue veins, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. There were also several crisscrossing scars on his arms, which added a bit of domineering aura to him. The three groups walked in different directions, and they seemed to be heading to the mountain peak in front of them together. At the same time, they were also faintly guarding against each other. These three groups were the outstanding disciples of the Light Star Hall, the Charm Flame sect, and the Heavy Sword sect. In the northwest, these three sects were the most powerful 7th grade sects, and each of them had at least one heavenly venerable rank super powerhouse in command. As the most outstanding disciples of these three sects, each of them had top-notch strength. Even if they were at the same level, their strength was twice as strong as the disciples of other sections. The entire Light Star Hall was made up of light attribute disciples. Their sect didn't have many people, but each of them was very strong, and their recovery ability was also the strongest among all the attributes. Therefore, they were ranked first among the many sections. The members of the Charm Flame sect were all women. Since ancient times, the patriarchal mentality had made the women of the Charm Flame sect unpopular. However, the Charm Flame sect only recruited outstanding women from Tenbin, and they used the cultivation of seduction techniques as the foundation. Every single one of the Flaming Charm sect's women could make a man's divine soul tremble with every move they made. The Heavy Sword sect was famous for forging swords, and they were all believers in swords. They advocated using blood to nourish the sword, and using the spirit to nourish the sword, so that they could achieve the realm of sword and man as one. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. However, swords were also their weakness. They believed in the stubborn belief that as long as the sword existed, the person existed, and if the sword was broken, the person would die. When the disciples of the three sects were about to reach the foot of the mountain peak, each of the three sects sent a representative to gather together. The handsome young man from the Light Star Hall was called Tianxing, and people called him the Son of Stars. He was the most outstanding representative of the Light Star Hall, and he had an important status in the Light Star Hall. The masked woman from the Charm Flame sect was called Wu Meinyang, and her name contained the word Mei in it. This was because she had already been appointed as the next sect leader of the Charm Flame sect. She was now the holy maiden of the Charm Flame sect, and she would become the real sect leader of the Charm Flame sect once the previous sect leader passed on the position. The young man from the Heavy Sword sect was like an iron tower. Although he was only 23 years old, he looked a little old and steady. His name was Luo Baxing, and the huge sword on his back weighed 225 kilograms. It was an advanced 4th rank sword, and it was a relatively heavy sword. The three of them stopped 2 meters in front of each other. The three of them looked at each other, and the first to speak was Tianxing from the Light Star Hall. The two of you, the main hall is right around the corner. Shouldn't we have a good talk first? Tianxing glanced at the two of them, and said indifferently. Luo Baxing faintly said, "What does Star Child want to say? However, I will say the ugly words first. In the end, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities to get what they want." Heavenly Star smiled faintly and said, "Brother Luo is very vigilant, but you are right. In the end, it will still depend on each person's ability to get what they want. I am just talking to the two of you about how to take care of the things inside." When Tianxing said this, he was obviously staring at Wu Meinyang, as if he didn't put Luo Baxing in his eyes. Luo Baxing didn't mind, but Wu Meinyang only frowned slightly and didn't say anything. "Since Starchild has brought it up, I believe you already have a plan to deal with it. Why don't you tell me first? What good plan do you have?" Luo Baxing looked like a person with a simple mind, but in reality, he was a meticulous person. Tianxing replied, I can't say that it's a good plan, but let's see if the two of you agree first. Hee, if Starchild has something to say, why don't you just say it? Why beat around the bush? Wu Meinyang laughed for the first time. Her laughter was like the cry of an oriole, full of vitality and crisp and pleasant to the ear. It was also like the charming and moving sound of nature, making people feel comfortable. When Tianxing and Luo Baxing heard this, they felt that they couldn't control their minds. Fortunately, the two of them were outstanding leaders in their sects, and their willpower was astonishing. It only took a moment for them to regain their senses. Tianxing said, let's first work together to deal with the things inside. No one can be selfish. After we find what we need to find, we will decide who is better. What do you think? No problem, Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing replied together. That's good. Then I wish us a happy cooperation, Tianxing said with a smile. After the three of them agreed, the 30 of them walked towards the giant peak together. Just as the 30 of them approached the mountain path of the giant peak, a burst of restriction light spread out. The mountain protecting restriction here was clearly dozens of times stronger than the one Ling Xiao had broken in the Eagle Gathering Hall. Tianxing looked at the divine restriction light in front of him and smiled faintly. Although this restriction is strong, the eye of the formation has long since been destroyed. How can it stop us? He then took out a silver mirror that looked like a silver fan. It was very beautiful, and its edges were inlaid with profound patterns. From time to time, it would emit a dazzling radiance that made people not dare to look at it directly. It's the Silver Falcon Mirror. I didn't expect Starchild to even bring out such a sect-guarding spirit artifact. No wonder he's so fearless, Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing thought in astonishment. Weapons were divided into 3 grades: mortal, profound, spirit, sage, and divine. The first and second grades were mortal weapons, while the third grade was profound, the 6th grade was spirit, the 8th grade was sage, and the 10th grade was divine. A spirit artifact referred to a weapon that had already begun to develop a spirit of its own, and had established some sort of connection with its master. It could unleash a terrifying power that even an Earth sovereign would have to retreat in order to witness its might. The Silver Falcon Mirror was a low-tier 6th grade spirit artifact, one of the sect-guarding spirit artifacts of the Radiant Star Hall. It was no wonder that Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing were surprised that Tianxing had suddenly taken it out. Luo Baxing looked at the Silver Falcon Mirror with undisguised greed in his eyes. Tianxing glanced at Luo Baxing disapprovingly. Brother Luo, are you interested in my mirror? Tianxing waved the mirror in his hand at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing took a step back and laughed dryly. Who doesn't like spirit artifacts? However, Starchild's mirror isn't suitable for a crude old man like me. Perhaps it's more suitable for Meinyang. Chapter 322. Meinyang Wu laughed tenderly and said, Haha, if senior brother Xing is willing to give it to Meinyang, Meinyang will naturally be happy to accept it. With Meinyang's thin willow appearance, she must often disguise herself so that she won't come out to scare people. Having a good mirror is really good. Hearing this, Luo Baxing looked at Tianxing with a gloating expression. Instead, he chuckled and said, Who doesn't know that Meinyang's beauty is unparalleled? If a beauty like you can only have the appearance of a thin willow, then I'm afraid there won't be any beautiful women in the world. At this point he paused for a moment, then continued. If Meinyang likes this little mirror, Xing would give it to Meinyang, but my master once said that this mirror can only be given to my future wife, so if Meinyang doesn't mind being my fiancé, Xing will naturally be willing to give it to her. Heavenstar said it extremely straightforwardly. Anyone could see that he coveted Wu Meinyang. Luo Baxing furrowed his brows and looked at Wu Meinyang warily, as if he were afraid that she would immediately agree. Wu Meinyang's beautiful eyes paused on Heavenly Star's face for a moment. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled and said, So this is the engagement token of the Star Child. How can this servant take it? I think it's better to forget about it. Heavenly Star smiled helplessly and said, It seems that I still can't recognize Meinyang's eyes. It is truly a great regret in life. Luo Baxing laughed and said, Star Child, you boast that you are unparalleled, but it seems that you are still unable to move Mainyang. Perhaps you can use your Light Star Hall's golden brilliant mirror as a betrothal gift. I believe Mainyang will accept you. Tianxing glanced at Luo Baxing and said indifferently, Brother Luo's words are reasonable. I'm infatuated with Mainyang, and I believe that she will feel it sooner or later. Now is not the time for romance. Once I break the restriction here, the two of you must protect me. After saying that, Tianxing used his own attributes to gather on the silver falcon mirror, and a dazzling silver light blossomed. Xiao. For a moment, the world around them was illuminated, and a white beam of light blasted towards the restriction divine light not far ahead. Rumble. The white light exploded violently as it collided with the barrier, causing the surrounding ground to shake. After the restriction was destroyed, Tianxing's face turned pale. It was obvious that the attack just now had used up most of his spiritual power. The other 9 people from the Light Star Hall protected him, afraid that the people from the other 2 sects would seize the opportunity to attack. After Heavenly Star quickly consumed the medicinal pill, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he said, Please. Wu Mainyang and Luo Baxing's eyes flickered with an imperceptible glint. They each called out to their companions and walked up the giant peak together. On another mountain peak, Ling Xiao was brought to the belly of a mountain by the purple drake. At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded by the sight of this mountain. Who would have thought that there would be such a place of uncanny workmanship within this mountain peak? The inside of the cave should have been pitch black, but there was a hidden place above the cave that faced the sun. Sunlight gathered there, and spiritual energy flowed in, allowing one to see everything within the cave. Inside the belly of the mountain was a cave. The entrance of the cave seemed to be naturally formed. The stalactites were strange and peculiar, and there were stone floats dripping everywhere. Waves of dampness and coolness made people feel an inexplicable chill. Even though Ling Xiao was already a high-rank spirit master, he still felt the chill enter his body, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Xiao hurriedly circulated his energy to resist this inexplicable chill. What's this thing? It's so cold. Ling Xiao muttered. His body wasn't impervious to fire and water, but it was still abnormally tough. Even king-rank powerhouses didn't have a physique like his, but this cave gave him an indescribable chill. Ling Xiao's mouth opened wide, and his eyes burned with incomparable heat. There was a small patch of soil in front of him, and there were dozens of spirit herbs growing on it. Next to the soil was a small icy jade lake. Above the jade lake, there was a faint mist. It looked very ethereal. Waves of chilliness were emitted from this place. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes and walked forward step by step. Beside him, the purple flood dragon centipede, which had shrunk back to its original size, raised its proud head and instantly scuttled into the jade lake, happily swimming around. Ling Xiao had no time to pay attention to the purple drake, because he was completely attracted by the dozens of spirit herbs. That small patch of soil was facing the sun. It was only about 10 square meters, but all of the spirit herbs planted there were 5th level and above. No wonder there weren't any 5th level spirit herbs in the medicine garden. So they were all planted here. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs in front of him and swallowed. 5th level spirit herbs were extremely rare in the vast northwest, and each one had an immeasurable effect. But now there were dozens of them here, which made Ling Xiao feel a little incredulous. Sweet pine mushroom, low 5th level earth attribute spirit herb. Scarlet peony grass, low 5th level fire attribute spirit herb. Black sandvine, mid 5th level metal attribute spirit herb. Ling Xiao quietly counted the spirit herbs planted here, and the more he looked, the happier he became. There were quite a few of them that were mid or high 5th level. Although the value of these spirit herbs wasn't as great as the 5-color gourd he had obtained, they were still very useful, and they were all the main spirit herbs used to refine 5th level pills. This is a wheat spirit flower. Great, it really is effortless. Ling Xiao looked at a spirit herb and exclaimed. Wheat spirit flower, mid 5th level spirit herb, was one of the main spirit herbs used to refine the spirit prolonging pill. Ling Xiao really didn't think that he would encounter a spirit herb suitable for refining the spirit-prolonging pill here. And for a moment he was extremely happy. The priestess didn't have much time left, and if he couldn't find the Heaven Gu divine art, he had to refine the spirit-prolonging pill no matter what to let the priestess live a little longer, or else he would suffer for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and continued to look at the other spirit herbs. When Ling Xiao was almost done identifying the spirit herbs here, he was about to harvest all the spirit herbs here. But when he looked at the small patch of soil, he felt that this soil was different from normal soil. From time to time he could see a faint light that was hard to detect, and it should be the fertile soil that the purple flood dragon had specially cultivated. He wondered if he could harvest this small patch of soil, and it would be convenient for him to cultivate high-level spirit herbs in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao called out to the purple flood dragon in the Jade Lake, "Xiaolong, come here for a moment." When the purple flood dragon heard Ling Xiao's call, it rushed out of the Jade Lake with a whoosh. "I want to take away all the spirit herbs and soil here. What do you think?" Ling Xiao asked. The purple flood dragon didn't seem to need to think about it and nodded directly, seemingly not caring at all. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but then he fell into distress. If he wanted to collect the spirit grass and soil here, there was a big difficulty. If he were to store all the soil in the Jade Lake, it would lose the nourishment of the spiritual energy in the spatial ring, and become useless ordinary soil. Although there was spiritual energy in the spirit beast bracer, there was no way to store other things, which was one of its drawbacks. Right, I forgot that this young master still has the obsidian cauldron. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling distressed, he remembered that he had another item that could store both living and dead things. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven-rank spirit furnace, and Ling Xiao could not even touch a tenth of its functions. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and whispered, "Obsidian, come out." After saying that, a shadow appeared above the obsidian cauldron. This was the cauldron's soul, Obsidian. "What is Master's command?" Obsidian's voice was ethereal, but it contained an inexplicable power. "Can the space in the medicine cauldron store the spirit herbs and soil together?" Ling Xiao asked. Obsidian said, "Of course. But after storing it, the spiritual energy in the soil won't collapse, right?" Ling Xiao asked with some concern. "No, the spiritual energy in the spatial ring is denser than here. It will only improve the soil and not make it lose its original spiritual energy, but the quality of the soil is too poor. Is Master sure you want to store it?" Obsidian replied. You said that the soil is too poor?" Ling Xiao asked dully. "Yes, this should be trash soil that has just entered the rank. At most, it can only be cultivated into rank 5 low-level spirit herbs. It's really too poor." Obsidian responded. Hearing this, Ling Xiao almost vomited blood and died. The highest rank 5 upper rank spiritual grass that he had seen since he started his cultivation was only a rank 5 upper rank spiritual grass, but these spiritual grass became a low rank spiritual grass in front of Obsidian. Even if any powerhouse in the northwest heard it, he would feel extremely guilty. Ling Xiao smiled dryly and said, "Then, what is the highest rank spirit herb you have ever seen?" Obsidian responded, "Rank 10. Ling Xiao's body shook. His mouth was wide open, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Rank 10 spirit herb. What kind of existence was that? Each of this kind of spirit herb was a heaven-defying existence, and could be called a magical herb. That was not a place that could grow at all. Not only did it need more than 10,000 years to grow, but it also needed an extremely dangerous place with extremely rich spiritual energy to exist. Ling Xiao had read the catalog of spirit herbs, and the number of rank 10 spirit herbs recorded in it was only a handful. It could be seen how rare this kind of rank 10 spirit herb was. However, Obsidian said that he had seen a rank 10 spirit herb. Doesn't that mean that his previous owner is a rank 10 miracle potioneer? An alchemist who reached the rank 10 was called a miracle potioneer. There were several miracle potioneers in ancient times, but with the passage of time, the long river of history was obliterated, and there was no miracle potioneer. Ling Xiao was shocked by what Obsidian said. However, he had no face to keep the soil again at the moment. It had been said to be garbage soil. If it was him, Would he have the nerve to keep it? Ling Xiao cared about his face, so he could only abandon it. Miracle Potioneer, I don't know if I can reach that realm in this life. After collecting the dozens of 5 spirit herbs here, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and asked. Miracle Potioneer was already the pinnacle existence on this continent. When he reached that step, the world would change for him. Ling Xiao wanted to do the best in everything he did. This was the belief that he had been working hard to make himself progress and become stronger. Only by reaching a height that others could not reach, could he realize the greatest wish in his heart. Wake up and take control of the world, sleep on the knees of beauties. Chapter 323. After putting away the spirit grass, Ling Xiao walked toward the nearby Jade Lake. The closer he got to the lake, the colder it became. Inside Ling Xiao's body, the 3 parts restoring power began to operate on its own. Wisps of pure cold power gushed into his body through his limbs and bones. The power of the ice element was slowly growing. Ling Xiao was puzzled, but when he got closer to the lake, he could clearly see that it was actually milky white water. What kind of water is this? How can it be so strange? Ling Xiao muttered. At the same time, he stretched his hand into the water and felt the bone-chilling cold. He quickly pulled his hand back. Ling Xiao's pupils dilated. Just as he thought of something, an urgent voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. This is the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Myriad-year stone emulsion? Ling Xiao's mind trembled. Immediately afterward, a green figure drilled out of Ling Xiao's mind. Wasn't this the myriad-year tree spirit, Lu Weng? Elder Lu, why did you come out? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Weng ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he bowed his body and narrowed his eyes, a bright light blossoming within them. The purple drake immediately stared at Lu Weng with vigilance, a faint trace of fear in its eyes. Only now did Lu Weng notice the purple drake. This little fellow clearly has the bloodline of dragons. Although it's rare, it's still very pure. Ling Xiao replied. It's an ancient beast, a descendant of a dragon and a drake. He paused for a moment before asking. Elder Lu, you said this is myriad-year stone emulsion? Lu Weng beamed. Of course. This place must have been here for over 10,000 years. Otherwise, how could it have nurtured such a divine liquid? It looks like I can speed up my recovery. It can help you recover? Ling Xiao asked. That's only natural. To us tree spirits, it's like a heavenly dew. Each drop contains pure energy, and with so much of it here, it should be enough for me to recover 1/3 of my essence energy. That's great, said Lu Weng excitedly. Ling Xiao thought about how Lu Weng had regenerated all the plants in the Illusion Valley regardless of the price. He had used up an enormous amount of essence energy, yet the 10,000-year stone emulsion in front of him was able to recover 1/3 of it. From this, it could be imagined just how wondrous and precious the 10,000-year stone emulsion was. At the same time, he thought about how he desperately needed the 10,000-year stone emulsion. After Lu Weng said this, he opened his mouth and impatiently absorbed the 10,000-year stone emulsion in front of him. Ling Xiao quickly stopped it and said, Old Green, you. Wait a moment. If there's anything, wait until I've absorbed the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Lu Weng was slightly displeased, and then he once more went to absorb the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Ling Xiao quickly stopped him. You can't absorb it for the time being. Why? Lu Weng asked in confusion. Because I want to use it as well, said Ling Xiao. You. Little friend, you can't be like this. It's very useful to me, Lu Weng said anxiously. Ling Xiao earnestly said. Old Green, don't worry. In the end, it'll still be yours. But before that, let me use it first. Ling Xiao finally recalled the information he had read about the 10,000-year stone emulsion in the Sex Book Depository. Every drop had the effect of cleansing the marrow, expanding the meridians, and stabilizing the mind. To anyone, this 10,000-year stone emulsion was a top-grade emulsion. Not only could it improve a martial artist's physique and increase their lifespan, but it could also increase their cultivation speed. Even an Earth Sovereign would go crazy over this divine elixir. When an Earth Sovereign wanted to break through to the Empyrean realm, They needed to unify their mind and reach the heavens. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had the miraculous effect of purifying one's mind. A top-grade divine elixir like this could only be chanced upon, not sought. How could Ling Xiao miss it? Moreover, besides collecting some 10,000-year stone emulsion, he also needed to borrow the cold energy of this cold pond to cultivate the fourth transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the bone refining realm. Back in Guzhai City, Ling Xiao had used the revitalizing viscera restoring pill to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the organ refining realm. Afterwards, he hadn't had the chance to cultivate the fourth transformation. Because the conditions for the fourth transformation were even more stringent, it had been delayed until now. Now that he had encountered this 10,000-year stone emulsion, Ling Xiao thought of using it to cultivate the fourth transformation. The fourth transformation, the bone refining realm, as its name suggested, was to reforge the tendons, steel, and iron bones, so that all the marrow could reach a state where it couldn't be broken by blades or broken by swords. Normally, in order for a martial artist to reach this realm, they had to reach the Earth Sovereign stage and refine a body of Sovereign stage bones. Once the bone refining realm reached the large success stage, it would be even tougher than Earth Sovereign stage bones. Even an Empyrean powerhouse would find it difficult to destroy it. Even if a limb was severed, as long as the brain wasn't destroyed and the heart wasn't shattered, the limb could still be regenerated. This was the freakish aspect of the bone refining realm. It could be seen that the conditions needed to cultivate to this realm couldn't be casually met. Now Ling Xiao wanted to use this 10,000-year stone emulsion to soak his body, freeze his bones, and cultivate the fourth transformation. The extremely cold liquid here was the best place to cultivate the bone refining realm. After Ling Xiao explained this to Lu Wang, Lu Wang finally suppressed his restless heart and returned to his spiritual sea. Ling Xiao knew that this cultivation might take some time, but he was afraid that his companions in the sect would worry. So he cut his finger, tore off a piece of cloth, and wrote a few words before handing it to the purple flood dragon, telling it to bring it back to the people of the Purple Sky sect and have them search for secret treasures while he stayed behind to cultivate. After doing all this, Ling Xiao took off his martial clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and robust body, and then slowly stepped into the cold pond. Hiss! As soon as he came into contact with the cold pond, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The cold of the cold pond was by no means ordinary cold, but a bone-chilling cold that could directly penetrate the flesh and reach the marrow, making it difficult to endure. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, sat down in the cold pond, and began to circulate the Golden Steel 5 transformation technique. At the beginning, Ling Xiao's body was constantly trembling, his face turning blue and purple, as if he had been seriously injured, causing him unbearable pain. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had an extremely cold intent, attacking Ling Xiao's skin, flesh, and bones from all directions, freezing his marrow until it crackled. The coldness was like a sharp blade, cutting through his bones. Ling Xiao was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was as if he was going to lose his life. As the cold continued to invade, Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream in pain. If it wasn't for his astonishing willpower, which made him unable to endure what normal people couldn't, he would have probably rushed out of the cold pond. The Golden Steel 5 transformation technique in Ling Xiao's body absorbed the cold intent and began to temper the bones of his body. The 3 parts returning origin qi also began to slowly circulate on its own, absorbing strands of cold energy to strengthen the ice attribute spirit force, and finally returning to his dantian. The cold pond had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the cold energy at the bottom of the cave surged. Not long after, Ling Xiao seemed to be completely frozen. The cold energy invaded Ling Xiao's body again and again, and his bones were unexpectedly covered with a thin layer of ice mist. His meridians and blood vessels were also frozen by the cold energy, making it difficult for them to circulate. Fortunately, the blue demon flame in his sea of consciousness was a pure yang flame, and it separated a few strands of warm spirit force, allowing Ling Xiao to regain consciousness. Ling Xiao quivered and hurriedly accelerated the circulation of his mysterious qi, making his meridians and blood vessels become active again. Gradually, Ling Xiao adapted to the cold under the two mysterious qi, but his complexion was still frighteningly pale. For several days, Ling Xiao spent half a day soaking in the 10,000-year stone emulsion. And the fourth transformation, bone refining, was gradually opened, advancing towards the small success realm. After a few days, Ling Xiao had completely adapted to the cold here, and the bone marrow in his body finally produced a few strange changes, but these changes were not very big, and were hard to notice. After these few days of cultivation, in addition to adapting to the cold here, Ling Xiao's skin also became smooth and delicate. Her skin was as white and smooth as a newborn baby's, giving people the urge to caress it. Ling Xiao didn't notice any of this. He was just immersed in his cultivation. Like this, a few days passed, and Ling Xiao had been in this cave for a whole half a month. Counting the days, it had been 20 days since he entered the heaven-suppressing sect. After counting the days, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to cultivate. After half a month, Ling Xiao used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to stabilize to the small success realm of bone refining. His bones had become a lot tougher, and in the future, when the fire of desire was reborn, he would be able to cultivate to the large success realm. In addition, his skin and internal organs had received a new round of nourishment and strengthening, and his defensive ability was no longer the same as before. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh at the magic of this 10,000-year stone emulsion. If he cultivated in another cold place, it would be difficult to reach the small success realm in less than a year. Ling Xiao came out of the cold pond and summoned Lu Wang. "Old Lu, you can enjoy it now," Ling Xiao said with a smile, but in his heart he was proudly muttering, "You're still drinking the water I wash my feet with, haha." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Wang revealed an impatient expression, and he opened his mouth and sucked in the cold pond. Whoosh! The 10,000-year stone emulsion in the cold pond flowed backwards into Lu Wang's mouth. Lu Wang was like a bottomless pit, and he quickly absorbed all the 10,000-year stone emulsion in the cold pond. All that was left was some useless water. Whoosh! After absorbing all the 10,000-year stone emulsion, Lu Wang quickly entered Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and began to slowly digest the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Ling Xiao took out a bottle and muttered, "I also want to drink a mouthful first." The bottle in his hand was actually the 10,000-year stone emulsion that he had already collected earlier. Whether it was now or in the future, such a precious item would be frequently used. How could Ling Xiao not prepare some? Ling Xiao opened the bottle and drank all the 10,000-year stone emulsion in one gulp. Immediately after, waves of pure energy began to surge like a tide, washing through his limbs and organs. Ling Xiao felt his entire body become extremely comfortable. It was as if he was swimming in the summer or soaking in the warmth of winter. He enjoyed the pleasure of being washed again and again. All the impurities and hidden injuries in his body were cleansed, and his meridians and acupoints were once again warmed and expanded. After a long time, when Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that his entire body was covered in a layer of black stuff. It was so smelly that it made him feel nauseous. "It can actually wash my marrow and meridians. That's great." Ling Xiao looked at the black stuff and jumped up. Chapter 324. Ling Xiao used the clear water to wash his body, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort and calmness. The speed at which his spiritual energy circulated had almost doubled. This was the benefit of washing his meridians and marrow. Ling Xiao's cultivation tenbin was already monstrous, and now that his physical fitness had increased, his cultivation speed was even faster. "It's time to leave. I've made them wait for so long. I should give them some compensation," Ling Xiao said as he rubbed the space ring in his hand. Just as he was about to summon the purple flood dragon centipede to take him away, he glanced at the edge of the cold pond and saw a milky white flower. Ling Xiao walked closer and found that the petals and stem of this flower were actually the same color as the 10,000-year stone emulsion. No wonder he hadn't seen it before. Now that the 10,000-year stone emulsion had been completely absorbed by Lu Wang, all that was left in the cold pond was clear water, and this flower had become very obvious. After Ling Xiao looked at this flower for a long time, he cried out in surprise, "Oh great!" His whole body bounced up from the ground. Io. Ling Xiao was too pleased with himself and had jumped too high. His head had made intimate contact with the stone wall of the cave, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Ling Xiao ignored the pain and bent down to pick up the flower growing in the cold pond. Cold milk sacred flower, I didn't think I would see it here. The heavens really are protecting me. Ling Xiao said happily as he looked at the flower in his hand. The cold milk sacred flower was a low 6th grade spirit grass. It needed to be nurtured in an extremely cold place, in a 10,000-year ice pond in order to grow. Ling Xiao had never thought that the 10,000-year stone emulsion would be able to nurture such a wondrous flower. Moreover, it was a grade higher than the average cold milk sacred flower, reaching the mid-6th grade. This kind of sacred flower had great benefits for ice and water attribute cultivators, but it also had a measurable value for alchemists. Not only could it increase ice attribute spirit energy, but it could also expand one's knowledge C and increase one's mental strength. After an alchemist absorbed it, their mental strength would multiply, speeding up their comprehension of alchemy techniques and techniques. As an alchemist, Ling Xiao naturally needed this sacred flower even more urgently. He felt that the amount of mental energy he had gained from cultivating the soul-controlling art was extremely slow and couldn't satisfy his needs at all. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. How could he not be satisfied with such speed? He had always wanted to borrow the help of some spiritual herbs to increase his spiritual power, but unfortunately, such spiritual herbs were rare. Now that this cold milk saint flower had appeared, he was truly ecstatic. He looked at the sleeping purple drake, and his heart was filled with gratitude. He secretly praised, "This guy really brings me good luck." Ling Xiao calmed his excitement and sat down cross-legged, so that he was in peak condition. Then he carefully took out the cold milk sacred flower and tore off a petal to chew on. The cold milk sacred flower grew in a land of extreme cold. The coldness it contained could definitely freeze an elephant to death. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had soaked in the cold pond for half a month, and with the help of the heavenly frost qi from the origin restoring qi, he was able to swallow the petal. Immediately after, the coldness in his body became cold, and his entire body was instantly wrapped in a thin layer of ice. Ling Xiao had actually turned into a statue, sitting cross-legged and motionless, as if he had been sealed in ice. But in reality, the vitality in his body was still flourishing, and his ice attribute spirit energy continued to grow. His knowledge C emitted a strong suction force, guiding the coldness into his knowledge C. His knowledge C, which had already been liquefied, quietly began to change. Ling Xiao's knowledge C was originally different from that of an ordinary person, and was much larger than that of an ordinary person. Later, after it was expanded by the 3 great exotic creatures, it had long since become unimaginably vast. In this knowledge C, there was a small pool that had already liquefied. If one carefully counted, there should be more than 100 drops of translucent milk. After absorbing the cold milk sacred flower, clumps of ice-cold intent assaulted his sea of consciousness. Not long after, his knowledge sea was immediately divided into 4 parts. One part was occupied by a gradually growing small tree. The other 2 parts were occupied by 2 beads, one gray and one blue, respectively, and the outer part was occupied by the newly added coldness. The coldness was extremely fearful of those 3 places, and could only attack other empty places. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the situation. He only knew that his knowledge C was frozen to the point that he was going crazy, and his mind had become sluggish and stiff. He wanted to go in and investigate, but he was powerless. He could only silently circulate the soul-controlling knack in his heart, hoping to alleviate this pain as soon as possible. With a casual change of the soul-controlling knack, that mass of coldness was gradually squeezed and refined. Finally, that invisible mass of coldness was refined into a liquid state, and drops of pure milk dripped into the knowledge sea that had already liquefied. After an unknown amount of time, that mass of coldness actually squeezed out a total of 60 or 70 drops of spiritual liquid, and his knowledge sea was once again expanded. Now Ling Zhao's spiritual liquid had increased by more than half, and his knowledge sea had expanded by a quarter. Even a heavenly venerable or a 7th-grade alchemist might not have a knowledge sea as deep and broad as Ling Xiao's. A single petal had allowed Ling Xiao's knowledge sea to grow so much, and this made him wild with joy. He thought to himself, a 6th-grade spirit herb is actually extraordinary. The cold milk sacred flower had a total of 4 petals, and Ling Xiao didn't even think about it before tearing off another petal and swallowing it. Ever since he started cultivating the soul-controlling knack, spiritual energy attacks had become Ling Xiao's most powerful trump card, and he could even kill a monarch stage powerhouse. However, his lack of spiritual energy had repeatedly limited his ability to attack, and the number of times he could attack. Before this, he had always been troubled by finding this kind of spirit herb that could increase his spiritual energy. He hadn't expected that there would be such a good thing in the cave where the purple flood dragon lived. This was simply making Ling Xiao crazy. Ling Xiao made up his mind that once he left this place, he would definitely take good care of this little earthworm. Perhaps one day he would be able to rely on it to find even more good things. Ling Xiao had tasted the sweetness of the first petal, and thus forgot about leaving this place. He planned to absorb the remaining 3 petals before doing anything else. Ling Xiao spent another 2 days to completely absorb the remaining petals. Now he felt that his spiritual energy had grown stronger and stronger, and he felt that he could kill a spirit herb rank expert with a single thought. Even a monarch stage powerhouse would be able to escape his wrath, and not a single blade of grass or tree within a 10,000-kilometer radius could escape his senses. Currently, he was using his spiritual energy to control objects. This was one of the more profound skills of manipulation, controlling objects with mind. Successfully cultivating this skill meant that his spiritual energy was already quite powerful, and when he could control objects weighing 10,000 kilograms, he would have reached the stage of great accomplishment. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy gathered into a giant palm. He slowly controlled this giant palm that only he could sense to move to a spot a few meters away from him, and then grabbed at it. The soil here was much heavier than in other places, and the area that one hand grabbed weighed at least 250 kilograms. Ling Xiao first wanted to see if he could lift this hand of soil. He carefully lifted it with all his might. He originally thought that 250 kilograms of soil would take a lot of effort to lift. But who would have thought that he would actually be able to lift it as easily as a feather? The pile of soil seemed to have risen from the air, floating in midair, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Ling Xiao grinned, and then controlled the pile of soil to fly around in midair, as if he didn't feel tired at all, and instead felt that it was as light as a feather. Ling Xiao played with it for a while, then put the pile of soil down again, and gathered his spiritual energy once more into an even larger giant palm. This time, he intended to see if he could lift 2,000 kilograms of soil. He wanted to know where his limits were, so that he could surprise his enemies in the future, and achieve an awe-inspiring effect. When using his spiritual energy to control 2,000 kilograms of soil, Ling Xiao clearly felt that it was a lot more strenuous, and his forehead was already covered in fine sweat, but he still managed to lift the 2,000 kilograms of soil. He could lift 2,000 kilograms of soil, but controlling it consumed a lot of energy. After putting down 2,000 kilograms of soil, Ling Xiao recovered, and then tried to increase the weight. After a few repeated attempts, he finally knew that he could lift 3,000 kilograms of soil at most. 3,000 kilograms of soil was equivalent to a very large rock, and in battle, if he were to control such a large rock to launch a surprise attack, his opponent would probably be unable to guard against it. However, this 3,000 kilograms of soil still couldn't cause too much harm to experts at the king rank and above. Only by reaching a weight of more than 5,000 kilograms, and being able to control it as he pleased, would he be able to smash a king rank expert to death. However, the realm of divine object manipulation was not only used for attacking, but also for alchemy. Only then would it have a deeper effect. This realm allowed an alchemist to reach the medicine refinement rain realm. Previously, although Ling Xiao could use this realm, it was completely due to black medicine glory. If it was any other cauldron, he wouldn't have been able to do it. But now it was different. No matter what cauldron he used, he could easily use the medicine refinement rain realm. At the same time, It also showed another benefit, and that was the realm of telekinesis. In order to reach this realm, one would need to reach the Earth King rank at the very least. Regarding the current situation, Ling Xiao was unprecedentedly satisfied. With his current state, the number of times he could use his spiritual energy had greatly increased, and he could use it 5 times in a row to instantly kill a martial artist of a higher rank than himself. This way, he wouldn't be in a state of exhaustion like before. As for whether or not he could fight against an Earth King rank expert, he would have to try to find out. However, Ling Xiao knew that even if he couldn't instantly kill an Earth King rank expert, he could still teach them a lesson. Ling Xiao rewarded a stalk of crimson red grass and a rank 4 spirit beast core to the purple flood dragon. He stroked its smooth body with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Little dragon, you really are my lucky star. In the future, if there is a chance, I will definitely let you ascend to a divine beast." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Let's go, we'll leave this place first." The purple flood dragon swallowed the crimson red grass and the beast core in satisfaction, then picked up Ling Xiao and left the cave. When he returned to the original place, the purple sky sex group was no longer there. Ling Xiao knew that they might have already continued to search for the treasures here. Just as Ling Xiao was about to spread out his senses to search for their auras, the sound of profound skills exploding came from afar. Ling Xiao's eyes jumped a few times and he muttered, "Could it be that something happened to them?" Chapter 325. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked into the distance. He wasn't sure if something had happened to his comrade from his sect. After all, it wasn't just the people from the Purple Sky sect that were in this secret realm. The people from other sects were also searching for valuable items here. Ling Xiao was worried about his comrade's safety, and in order to speed up, he ordered the purple drake to travel on the ground and rush towards the direction of the battle. Not long after, Ling Xiao and the purple drake emerged from the ground. Ling Xiao arrived at the foot of a giant mountain. This was the highest mountain he had ever seen. Standing here, he felt that he had become very small, like a speck of dust in the universe. He seemed so insignificant. This must be the main peak. Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and sighed. The purple drake on Ling Xiao's waist looked up and couldn't help but shrink its head into Ling Xiao's chest, as if there was something on this mountain that it was afraid of. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about anything else, and hurriedly rushed forward. However, he could clearly feel that there were no sounds of battle here. As soon as he stepped into the foot of the mountain, he saw corpses lying all over the place. These corpses had all died not long ago, and some were still bleeding. It seemed that the battle had taken place here. Ling Xiao looked at the corpses anxiously. Fortunately, he didn't find anyone from his sect. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He kicked the ground with one foot and rushed up the mountain peak. Ling Xiao was worried about his comrade's safety, so he moved quickly. He didn't run far before he heard the voices of a few people. "Senior Brother Liu, this giant mountain must be the main peak, and the main hall must be up there. We're rich this time." That's right, the people from the Black Sky Alliance actually wanted a share of the spoils, but they didn't even get a chance. "Junior brothers, don't be careless. Since this is the main peak, there must be hidden traps everywhere. We should be careful." "Senior brother is right. Junior brother will remember." Ling Xiao's hearing was exceptional. After hearing this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he urged the purple drake to hurry back to the mountain peak. The purple flood dragon centipede was like a fish in water, its speed unparalleled. However, it still took more than 6 hours to reach the peak of the mountain. It could be seen how tall and majestic the mountain was. When Ling Xiao arrived at the top of the mountain, he was shocked by the messy state of the mountain. Who would have thought that this mountain peak had actually been blasted into a scene of desolation and devastation? The only thing worth being reluctant to part with was that the spiritual qi here was still as dense as before. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to search the peak of the mountain to see if anyone had arrived before him. Wave after wave of mental power spread out. Ling Xiao frowned. He could clearly feel that there were many people on the mountain peak. Ling Xiao couldn't help but find it funny when he thought about how those people killed their opponents first. Presumably, They didn't know about the situation up there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so anxious to kill the disciples of the other sect. Ling Xiao rushed in the direction of the crowd. Not long after, he saw a few simple and dignified halls appear in front of him. These halls were much more magnificent than the ones he had seen before. Even though they had been mostly destroyed, there were still some remnants of their former glory, which gave people a great shock. Even Ling Xiao, who had a strong mind, felt that this hall was truly majestic. It was like a celestial mountain or a pavilion. It gave people an illusory feeling, and made them want to occupy this place and become the king of this place. Ling Xiao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked straight ahead. There were already many young disciples from various sects gathered in front of him, each holding a profound artifact in their hands as they fought. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they were actually fighting with their lives on the line. Ling Xiao didn't even need to think to know that this was definitely a fight over the items in the hall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know what dangers there are in the hall. If we fight now, the gains won't make up for the losses. Just as Ling Xiao was about to quietly head towards the hall, he noticed a few familiar figures. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before remembering that these were the people from the Tai Li sect who had escaped. Ling Xiao's killing intent was gradually revealed. If he didn't kill them now, when would he wait? Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill them, he found that they were facing a group of people. There were a total of 16 people in this group, and they were very polite to the people from the Tai Li sect. Ling Xiao looked at this group of people, and felt that they looked a little familiar, as if he had met them before. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and ears and carefully listened to what they were saying. Have you found anyone from the Purple Sky sect? A young man from the Tai Li sect asked. The young man nodded and replied, yes, they are in the hall in front of us. There are a total of 13 people, but you don't see the young man you described. The young man from the Tai Li sect pondered for a moment before smiling. Great, it seems that something must have happened to that kid. Take us there now. We must avenge the young sect master and the others. After he finished speaking, he was about to lead his fellow sect members in a certain direction. However, when he turned around, he saw that the people from the other sect had not followed. For no reason, he frowned and said, hurry up and follow us. The person who had just spoken revealed a troubled expression. The people from the Purple Sky sect are not weak. You might not go back on your word. Don't worry, our Tai Li sect will not go back on our word. As long as you can help us get rid of those trash from the Purple Sky sect, we will definitely propose to the elders that we form an alliance with your moon-worshipping sect. At that time, it will be easy for our two sects to annex the Purple Sky sect. At that time, your moon-worshipping sect will be able to replace us. The disciple from the Tai Li sect replied. Are you serious? The person asked cautiously. What, you don't believe me? The disciple from the Tai Li sect replied unhappily. No. How could that be? Then let's go over now, the person replied with a wave of his hand. After saying this, the group of people hurriedly ran in a certain direction. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart. So it's a disciple from the moon-worshipping sect. No wonder his clothes are so familiar. Ling Xiao quietly followed behind these people. With his current strength, no one present was a match for him, and it was even more impossible for them to easily discover his whereabouts. The group didn't walk for long before they arrived in front of the walls of a large hall. As expected, Ling Xiao saw Chen Wenyu and the others, but their situation wasn't very good. Each of them had more or less some injuries on their bodies, and two of them were seriously injured. Their auras were extremely weak. One of the two injured people was Shi Tianhou. Within the sect, Ling Xiao didn't have many friends, but Shi Tianhou and Jia Qiao happened to be one of them. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel annoyed. He had only been focused on cultivating and had forgotten about his role as a leader. At this time, the person from the Tai Li sect arrived in front of Chen Wenyu and the others and shouted, I've finally found you bastards. Everyone go and kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Tai Li sect and the dozen from the moon-worshipping sect all charged towards Chen Wenyu and the others. Chen Wenyu and the others hurriedly fought. Ling Zhao's face darkened as he watched all of this. He summoned the Golden Wolf King and said, Little Gold, you haven't eaten meat in a long time. Today I allow you to eat people." The Golden Wolf King was very pleased. It looked up to the sky and howled, then pounced towards the people from the Tyli sect and the moon-worshipping sect. No one knew what was going on, but the sudden appearance of such a large spirit beast scared them to the point where they dodged in all directions. Luo Meiying cried out in surprise. It's junior brother Ling's mount. He's back." When the people from the Purple Sky sect heard this, everyone's aura was greatly shaken. "Get rid of these bastards." Chen Wenyu shook his arm and roared. He took the lead to meet a person from the Tyli sect. The others all gathered their strength and exploded with unprecedented fighting spirit. They knew that as long as Ling Xiao was here, they would definitely be fine. Before this, Ling Xiao's strength had already been deeply imprinted in their hearts. As long as Ling Xiao was by their side, no matter how strong their opponents were, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The people from the Purple Sky sect were greatly shaken, while the people from the Tyli sect and the moon-worshipping sect were scared out of their wits. They had thought that they would definitely be able to defeat the people from the Purple Sky sect, but who knew that such a terrifying spirit beast would appear? A mid-tier 4th rank spirit beast was comparable to a mid-tier king stage human martial artist. Even if they had the strength to fight against a low-tier king stage martial artist, they would not dare to fight against this spirit beast. Without any hesitation, everyone scattered in all directions like birds. However, it wasn't easy for the Golden Wolf King to come out for a breather, so how could it let them escape? Moreover, its strength had greatly increased. If it let these people escape, it would lose face in front of its master. How could it tolerate this? The Golden Wolf King's body was like lightning, pouncing again and again towards the fleeing people from the two sections. One young martial artist after another became food in its mouth. The people from the Tyli sect and the moon-worshipping sect were so frightened that they screamed again and again. The people from the moon-worshipping sect were even more regretful. Why did such a powerful spirit beast suddenly appear? Now they were even going to lose their lives here. Ling Xiao watched all of this coldly, without any pity in his heart. The moon-worshipping sect actually wanted to ally with the Tyli sect to deal with the Purple Sky sect. After a while, there were only 2 people left in the group. These 2 people were from the moon-worshipping sect. No one from the Tyli sect was left, as they had all been devoured by the Golden Wolf King. The remaining 2 people were surrounded and killed by the people from the Purple Sky sect. One of them even threw away his profound artifact and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Everyone, please spare me. I am the grandson of the moon-worshipping sect's great elder. You can't kill me, or else it will only cause a war between the 2 sections." The other moon-worshipping sect disciples saw this and angrily shouted, "Senior brother, how can you lose the face of our sect? Even if you die, you should die with some backbone. How can you kneel to them? You may want to die, but I don't want to die. I'm still young, so please, senior brother's ancestor, spare me." The young man glared at his companion, and then continuously wiped away his tears as he begged Chen Wenyu and the others for mercy. Chen Wenyu and the others hadn't said anything when a faint voice rang out. "Xiaojin, eat them all. They're an eyesore." Immediately after, a golden shadow flickered, and the kneeling young man immediately became a headless corpse. The other person had some backbone, and knowing that he couldn't escape, he raised his sword and slashed at his neck. Chapter 326. The Tyli sect and the moon-worshipping sect were all destroyed, as well as the River Underworld sect and the 6 Extreme sect. The people from the Purple Sky sect had exterminated the younger generation of these 4 sections. The combined strength of 3 of these 4 sects was much stronger than that of the people from the Purple Sky sect, and the strength of the moon-worshipping sect was not far off from them. It was truly inconceivable that they had all died at their hands. However, this was not a strong enemy that the people of the Purple Sky sect wanted to make. Who told them to be bullied first? They were purely defending themselves. If others were to find out that the young generation of the 8th-ranked Purple Sky sect had killed all the elite disciples of the 4th, 5th, 6th and 9th ranked sects, it would not only cause a bloody storm, But it would also make people sigh with emotion that the young generation of the Purple Sky sect had risen. Otherwise, how could they kill so many opponents of the same level, or even stronger than them with such a small number of people? Right now, they didn't have the time to care about this. It would be a good thing if they could get out of the secret realm alive on the day it reopened. Ling Xiao walked out and said to the crowd, "What happened these past few days? Why did they all come here?" When the people of the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao, their faces were filled with joy, and their originally grim expressions relaxed. Chen Wenyu stepped forward and said, "Ling Xiao, ever since you had the Purple Drake bring us the news, we began to look everywhere for opportunities. But along the way, we didn't find anything of value. As for 2 days ago, we suddenly saw a multicolored light flashing in this area. We believed that there must be a rare treasure being born here, so we rushed over here. On the way, we encountered several waves of spirit beast attacks. If we hadn't escaped quickly, I'm afraid." Ling Xiao paid attention to everyone's expressions. It seemed like they hadn't been doing very well these past few days. However, there were dangers everywhere in this secret realm. It was already a blessing that no one had died. Ling Xiao interrupted Chen Wenyu and said, "Then did you guys find anything here?" Chen Wenyu shook his head and said helplessly, "This place has already been occupied by the people from the 3 sections. We don't dare to go in and investigate." "What about the 3 sects?" Ling Xiao said in surprise, then frowned and said, "Did they come here first?" "That's right. They've also said that only people from one sect can enter the hall with them." Chen Wenyu sighed. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "They're really overbearing. Although there aren't many people from the 3 sects, they're all powerful. Junior apprentice brother, how about we just give up?" "In any case, who knows if the things in this hall have already been swept clean by others," said Chen Wenyu. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Zhao Nan said, "Senior brother Chen, what are you afraid of? There are only other small sects here. With our strength, it won't be difficult for us to share with them." What Zhao Nan said was the truth. 4 of the top 10 sects had been destroyed, and the most powerful 3 sects were here. Then the strongest was their Purple Heaven sect. What's more, the Purple Heaven sect had added Ling Xiao himself. Even if their strength wasn't on par with the 3 sects, they were still qualified to share the things inside with them. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd. Most of them looked excited. It seemed that they all wanted to go in and try their luck. This was related to their life's destiny. It had to be known that wealth came from danger. If they didn't take a gamble now, when would they? What's more, the current situation was favorable to their Purple Heaven sect. As long as Ling Xiao nodded his head, it would be a done deal. Ling Xiao wasn't as optimistic as they thought. Why did one of the 3 sects want to share the things in the hall with them? This was obviously not normal. First, since they had already occupied the hall, as long as they had the ability, it would be easy for them to take away the things inside. From this point of view, they were just sitting back and watching the tigers fight, letting the young generation of each sect kill each other. This way, the foundation of each sect's future generation would be shaken, and in the future, no sect would be able to compare with them. Second, perhaps they had occupied this place, but had no way to break the restrictions inside, so they planned to combine the strength of another sect to break the restrictions together. But this was too far-fetched. They were the strongest, and if even they couldn't break the restrictions, there was no reason that other sects could. Ling Xiao had to be more considerate. Although there might be something coveted in the hall, if people died, what could they enjoy it with? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he called out to everyone and found a place to rest first. At the same time, he also took out his own healing pills for Shi Tianhou and another disciple to take. Although the 2 of them also had healing pills, the quality was much worse than Ling Xiao's own. "You guys rest here for a while, I'll take a look," Ling Xiao said to everyone, then closed his eyes. Ling Xiao used his spiritual force to slowly advance towards these halls, but when his spiritual force swept past the halls in front of him, he didn't find anything. The people of the 3 sects shouldn't be here. When he swept the innermost hall that was relatively intact, Ling Xiao's spiritual force was fiercely repelled. Ling Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The people of the Purple Sky sect were all startled. Xiao, how are you? You Lai Yen Bing Ruoshui, and when Qidi all cried out in concern. Luo Meiying could only look at Ling Xiao with concern and nervousness, but she didn't cry out. From her expression, it could be seen that she was no less nervous about Ling Xiao than the other girls. The people of the Purple Sky sect all gathered around, and Chen Wenyu asked from the side. Junior brother, are you all right? Ling Xiao wiped away the blood and replied. I'm fine, follow me. Ling Xiao had already guessed that there shouldn't be anything good in these damaged halls. The real value should be in the deepest hall at the back. This hall looked a bit smaller than the other halls. It was divided into a total of 3 pavilions. 2 of the pavilions had already been mostly destroyed, and only the one in the middle was still relatively intact. And the backlash that Ling Xiao had just received came from this pavilion. Since even spiritual force could be isolated, it could be assumed that the restrictions here were extremely powerful. The group of people followed Ling Xiao over. Just as they were about to approach the Great Hall, Ling Xiao made a stop motion. There were 3 people standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, 2 men and a woman. Each of them was guarding a direction, and their eyes were extremely cold as they looked at the approaching people from the Purple Sky sect. One of the men wearing a star robe laughed sinisterly. If you dare take a step forward, kill without mercy. Junior brother Ling, the 3 of them are from the 3 sections. Chen Wenyu whispered into Ling Xiao's ear. Ling Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. The 3 youths in front of him all had the aura of a peak high spirit master. It seemed that they were the weakest of the 3 sects, and could only be reduced to guarding the door. This showed just how powerful the people from the 3 sects were. At the same time, Ling Xiao thought of the people from the Tai Li sect. They were the 4th-ranked sect, and each group had 4 people half a step into the king tier. It seemed that the number of people half a step into the king tier in the 3 sects was no less than that of the Tai Li sect, perhaps even more. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were hesitating about whether or not to continue forward, a rumbling explosion came from within the Great Hall. At the same time, a few terrifying auras shot into the sky. Haha, we've finally broken through this damned restriction. I didn't think that even with our 3 great spirit treasures, it would take us half a month to break through. There must be something extraordinary inside. A hearty laugh came from within. Then another unhappy voice said, if it wasn't for the fact that you guys weren't willing to take out your trump cards, how could it have taken us so long to break through? Don't quarrel. Let's see what's inside first, a beautiful voice said. Ling Xiao and the others all heard the loud shouts from within. Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else's eyes burned with passion. At the same time, the disciples of the other sects all rushed over from afar. Of the nearly 200 disciples who had entered the secret realm, excluding those who were injured or dead, the rest should be here. There were less than 50 people in total. However, the 50 people who survived were the most powerful people of their respective sections. Hurry up and go in. There must be something high level inside. Someone who wasn't afraid of death shouted and rushed towards the Great Hall. His shout immediately ignited everyone's impulses. That's right, there must be a lot of good things inside. I must get them. The 1-month deadline is up. We can't go back empty-handed. Dozens of people all roared and rushed into the Great Hall. They had gone through many hardships to get here, but their hands were still empty. Whether it was for the sect or for their own future, they had to fight here. Even if they had to become enemies with the 3 sects, they couldn't give up on the temptation. Once they obtained something high level, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach the peak for the rest of their lives. In front of the Great Hall, the young man representing the Light Star Hall pulled out a short blade and shouted, "Whoever takes a step forward will die." After shouting, the short blade in his hand shot out a pure white flash towards the person who was running the fastest. The person in front wasn't a soft sieve that could be easily pinched. The large blade in his hand met the white light. Clang! That person blocked the white light and shouted. But, before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck and his head was immediately separated from his body. This bloody scene would have been shocking under normal circumstances, but now everyone was thinking of taking advantage of the situation. Could it be that with so many people here, they still couldn't break through the 3 sects' defensive line? Couldn't they just take 1 or 2 things? The dozens of people didn't stop, each of them summoning their spirit beasts and wielding their profound artifacts as they charged into the great hall. The young people representing the three sects felt their scalps go numb. Although the three of them had extraordinary strength, the dozens of people here weren't that much weaker than them. If they really fought, they would be powerless. In just a moment, many people passed through the great hall's entrance and charged in. Junior brother, should we? Chun Wenyu's eyes flashed as he asked. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What are you hesitating for? Although the three sects are strong, we have more people, Zhao Nan anxiously said from the side. Just at this moment, a series of miserable screams came from within the great hall. Everyone was startled by the screams and stopped. Chapter 327. Screams rang out from within the hall, sounding particularly ear-piercing. Lowly ants like you dare to touch the things of our three sects? You really don't know the meaning of death. As soon as the voice rang out, a sharp golden sword light blossomed into the sky. A figure swiftly swept out from within the hall. This person was tall and mighty, his entire body suffused with a golden luster. He was like a blazing sun as he swept towards the group. In his hand was a giant sword suffused with golden light, emitting a cold aura. His bloodthirsty eyes were frightening. This young man who was like an iron tower like the blazing sun was absolutely a half-step king rank expert. Moreover, he was a peak half-step king rank expert that might step foot into the king rank at any time. His aura was completely released, and everyone felt suffocated. This person was the leader of the Chongjian sect's disciples, Luo Baxing. He charged into the dozens of people without saying a word, the giant sword in his hand like a scythe cutting grass. Every time he swung it, someone would be beheaded. Streams of blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. Haha, this feels great. Come on, let this king kill to his heart's content. Luo Baxing seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, and every time he killed someone he felt incomparable pleasure. This person was so bloodthirsty, he was truly cruel. More than half of the dozens of people who had charged forward were killed by Luo Baxing's sword light. Everyone was so frightened that they retreated again and again. Their minds finally regained clarity, and they realized that the things here were not something that they could touch with their strength. Want light? Not a chance. Luo Baxing glanced at a young man who had already fled more than 10 meters away, and he used his giant sword to slash at him. Half a step into the king stage could use some of his spiritual energy for his own use, and the speed of his spiritual energy was extremely fast. The young man was instantly cut in half from behind. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs, and they were filled with regret. At this moment, a voice came from within the hall. Brother Luo, if you don't hurry up, the things inside will belong to me and Mei Nyang. Humph, don't even think about it. Luo Baxing snorted coldly, and his whole body shot out like a bolt of lightning. Die all of you! Luo Baxing shouted as he leapt into the air. He kept swinging his giant sword, sending out a barrage of razor-sharp afterimages. The rest of the people fled in all directions. They hated themselves for not having 2 more legs and for not running fast enough. Ah! The sword light was like a blade. Everyone did their best to resist, but their strength was limited. They could only be slaughtered. However, there were a few high-rank spirit masters who took advantage of the chaos to escape and avoid being killed in one fell swoop. After a round of slaughter, Luo Baxing caressed the blade of his giant sword and wiped the scarlet blood on it with his finger. He licked his tongue and sneered. "'Tis tsk so sweet." As he gazed at the corpses on the ground, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of pity, he instead seemed extremely satisfied and refreshed. When he was about to turn around and return to the main hall, 2 bloodthirsty eyes looked in one direction. There's actually a sect that's still here. Luo Baxing muttered to himself, then strode toward Ling Zhao's group. The huge sword in his hand emitted a few dazzling golden rays. Swoosh! Several golden rays of sword light blasted toward Ling Zhao's group without any explanation. Ling Zhao frowned and shouted, "All of you back off." With that, he turned into a blur and took the initiative to meet Luo Baxing. The others retreated, not a trace of worry on their faces. They all knew that Ling Xiao's strength was unfathomable. Even a low-level monarch would die on the spot, let alone a half-step monarch. Ling Xiao didn't take out a weapon, instead meeting the rays with his bare fists. Luo Baxing sneered. He dares to take my sword bare-handed? There's something wrong with this guy's brain. Rumble. Ling Xiao's fists glowed with a golden light, and he punched away the sharp sword lights one after another. Luo Baxing's mouth fell open in shock. Ling Xiao stood still and looked coldly at Luo Baxing. Don't provoke me. Ling Xiao remembered Xiao Songlin's warning to them before entering the secret realm. If they could avoid offending the three sects, then they should avoid doing so. After all, the three sects were quite powerful, and if anything went wrong, it could bring disaster to the Purple Sky sect. Luo Baxing stood in front of Ling Xiao, and he was even taller than Ling Xiao. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "What an arrogant brat. Which sect are you from? You should be proud to be able to make this king use his full strength." Ling Xiao met Luo Baxing's gaze and said quietly, "Ling Xiao of the Purple Sky sect." The Purple Sky sect? It's rare for such a small sect to produce a talent like you. But be careful, you'll die young. Luo Baxing said frivolously as his huge sword slashed at Ling Xiao's head without warning. The huge sword slashed at Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, it only hit his afterimage. Luo Baxing's eyes jumped, but he found that Ling Xiao had already appeared behind him. "I said don't provoke me, or else even the Heavenly King will die," Ling Xiao said as he kicked Luo Baxing in the back. Luo Baxing had underestimated his opponent, and was caught off guard, throwing himself at him. Coincidentally, two more people walked out of the hall. The two of them were extremely surprised to see Luo Baxing fall to the ground. Their mouths were wide open and their pupils dilated, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Heavenly Star Hall lost his composure and sneered. "Why is Brother Luo lying on the ground? Is there something to eat on the ground?" "Xingzi, you're going too far." Brother Luo fell down. Wu Mengyang said with a face full of righteousness. Luo Baxing was about to go crazy when he heard their words. This was clearly undisguised mockery. Heavenly Star's words were direct and sarcastic, but Wu Mengyang's straightforwardness was like a knife cutting into his face. "Damn it, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Luo Baxing pushed off with his palms and flew back into the air. He glared at Ling Xiao with bloodshot eyes, the huge sword in his hand glowing brightly. Luo Baxing, Heavenly Star, and Wu Mengyang were the most outstanding youths of the three sections. He, Luo Baxing, had made a fool of himself in front of the other two. He couldn't take this lying down, or he wouldn't be able to stand in front of them in the future. Swoosh swoosh. Sword rays rained down, each one containing a terrifying amount of energy. In an instant, Ling Xiao was drowned in them. It was obvious that this attack was at least a blue-tier sword technique, comparable to a low-tier king-tier attack. "Junior brother," several people from the Purple Sky sect cried out in worry. Clang clang clang. A series of sharp clangs rang out from where Ling Xiao stood. Following that, streaks of sword light were blasted away one after another. When the sword rays dissipated, a tall and straight figure stood in place, completely unharmed. Ling Xiao's fists were suffused with golden light, but he didn't have any profound weapons in his hands. It looked like he'd used his fists to disperse the sword rays. This time, Heaven Star and Wu Mengyang, who were not far away, were shocked once more. How terrifying was his body to be able to block a sword ray that was half a step from the king tier, with just his fists. Didn't that mean that this person possessed the strength of half a step from the king tier, with just his body alone? The two of them stared at Ling Xiao's hands, hoping to see a pair of gloves or some kind of strange weapon on his hands. Unfortunately, they could see nothing but a pair of naked golden fists. The most shocked was none other than Luo Baxing, who'd just landed on the ground. He'd thought that he'd be able to dismember Ling Xiao with a single strike. He'd used 50% of his strength just now. Even a peak spirit master would die, and it wouldn't be easy for Heavenly Star or Wu Mengyang to receive this attack. Unfortunately, he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. His opponent was definitely not as simple as an ordinary high-rank spirit master. He also had a rather powerful body. "If you dare provoke me again," Ling Xiao said, glaring at Luo Baxing, Then he said heavily, "Die. You good. This is the first time I Luo Baxing have heard such arrogant words. Even a king tier doesn't have the qualifications to speak in front of this king." Luo Baxing shouted a few times in anger and humiliation. His aura suddenly rose, and the surrounding air produced a slight pressure. Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful look, and his aura also rose. "Come, let me see if the three sects' strength is worthy of their name." Ling Xiao waved at Luo Baxing, full of fighting spirit. He'd already sensed the presence of Heavenly Star and Wu Meinyang, so he changed his decision. "In this battle, we have to let these arrogant fellows see that not everyone can be bullied by the three sects and be trampled upon as they please." Ling Xiao also had his own pride and conceit. "You've got guts. This king will let you know the difference between us." Luo Baxing shouted after he finished gathering his energy. He gripped his giant sword with both hands and swung it out in a crisscrossing arc. The sword arc carried half of the surrounding spiritual energy, and its destructive power and speed were more than 10 times greater than before. The sword arc arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea as they smashed into the center of the sword arc rumble. The sword arc didn't cause much damage to Ling Xiao. It was directly dispersed by his fists. Luo Baxing had long since taken advantage of the opportunity to attack above Ling Xiao's head. He slashed at Ling Xiao with an incomparably powerful Mount Tai suppression. I don't believe your head is made of iron," Luo Baxing said coldly. When the giant sword landed in front of Ling Xiao, Luo Baxing felt that his attack had missed. He immediately cursed in his heart. His body was still falling. He couldn't fly freely like a true king, and he couldn't make any sudden changes. This was the moment when his weakness was exposed. How could Ling Xiao let go of this opportunity to beat a dog when it was down? His fists were imbued with powerful spiritual energy, and they glowed with a golden light as he mercilessly punched Luo Baxing. Bang bang! Luo Baxing was sent flying like a cannonball. He landed dozens of meters away before falling to the ground. Luo Baxing tried to crawl back up, but he tasted something sweet in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Ling Xiao hadn't given him any face just now. Every punch had been filled with his full strength, and Luo Baxing had suffered internal injuries. Ling Xiao looked down at Luo Baxing with an extremely disdainful expression. His eyes seemed to be saying, "So what if you're from the three sects? Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, you'd still be beaten down." Chapter 328. Luo Baxing slowly rose to his feet, his expression darkening. Anyone who saw his expression would know that he was furious, so furious that he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. "I'll kill you," Luo Baxing roared, his eyes bloodshot as he swung his giant sword at Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. This time he didn't use an elemental attack to attack from afar, but instead chose to engage in close combat. His giant sword was a mid-5th grade weapon, and even an Earth sovereign wouldn't dare take it head-on. He knew that Ling Xiao's body was strong, but it couldn't possibly be stronger than a 5th grade sword. Luo Baxing had chosen to engage in close combat precisely because of this. His plan was good, but he'd underestimated Ling Xiao. He'd suffered 2 blows in a row, but he hadn't expected Ling Xiao to possess the wind element. How else could he have evaded his attacks? Luo Baxing slashed at Ling Xiao's vitals over and over again, each slash astonishingly fast. Sword marks flashed all around Ling Xiao, as if each slash had dismembered Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao's reaction and speed were unparalleled. Even a king would find it difficult to match his speed, so how could he possibly be hit? Every time Ling Xiao brushed past the giant sword, it looked like a close shave, but he always managed to escape in the end. "That's all you've got? You're too weak," Ling Xiao said disdainfully after dodging a slash. This was the first time Luo Baxing had suffered such humiliation. He kept screaming and waving his giant sword, but he still couldn't touch even a hair on Ling Xiao. A strange light flashed in his eyes as a strange snake-shaped sword appeared in his other hand. This sword was very different from the giant sword in his right hand. It was only 1 meter long, and the hilt was a snake's head. The body of the sword was like a snake's body, and it was curved. A faint red halo was emitted from it, and it looked like a snake was floating in the air. The pair of intelligent snake eyes gave off a feeling that no one dared to look at them. As soon as this sword appeared, the swords held by everyone present trembled incessantly. Those swords seemed to be afraid. It was as if they had seen a superior emperor, and they had a faint feeling of worshipping him. You should be proud that you forced me to use the hidden snake sword, Luo Baxing shouted. He put away his giant sword and stabbed several times with his left hand. Whoosh! Several crimson serpents quickly lunged at Ling Xiao from several directions. These snake shadows seemed to have substance, and their speed was peerlessly fast, making it impossible to guard against them. Ling Xiao was too close to Luo Baxing, and the speed of the hidden snake sword gave him quite a fright. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. He leaped backward several times in an instant. In the past, he would have been able to dodge the attacks with his speed. Unfortunately, although there was only a difference of one word between a profound artifact and a spirit artifact, their power was worlds apart. The snakes seemed to be moving, and they could change directions at will as they chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had just steadied himself when he saw the snakes in front of him. His eyes widened, and he couldn't dodge in time. Boom! Several fiery snakes smashed into Ling Xiao's body. Pfft! Ling Xiao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Junior brother. The people from the Purple Sky sect exclaimed. Everyone ran in Ling Xiao's direction. Haha, it's not fair for you to die to a spirit artifact. Luo Baxing laughed. He's dead, and you'll be buried with him. Bing Ruoshui stopped and shouted. The ice sword in her hand shot out hailstones, all of them flying toward Luo Baxing. Humph. A grain of light dares to compete with the moon? You don't know what's good for you. Luo Baxing snorted. The hidden snake sword returned to his spatial ring, and the huge sword from before appeared in his hand again. Clang! Luo Baxing waved his hand, and the huge sword blocked all the sword flowers. Bing Ruoshui knew how strong Luo Baxing was. That move just now was just to distract him, and this move was the real killing move. The position of her sword was very tricky, and the sword aura was concentrated in one spot, stabbing toward Luo Baxing's armpit from the side. Swoosh! The sword aura crisscrossed, and the cold air was oppressive. Any other high-rank spirit master would have died on the spot if they weren't careful. Unfortunately, Luo Baxing wasn't a high-rank spirit master, but a true half-step king. Interesting, but not enough, Luo Baxing said disdainfully. He emptied his palm to meet the sword aura, and a golden palm print collided with the icy sword aura. The two energies immediately dissipated. At the same time, Luo Baxing turned around and swept his huge sword at Bing Ruoshui. The heavy sword didn't have a peak, but its momentum was like a rainbow. How could Bing Ruoshui's speed compare to Luo Baxing's? She was about to be hit. Sister Ruoshui, I'll help you. A beam of fire roared toward Luo Baxing like a dragon. It was Yu Lian who had come to help Bing Ruoshui. Luo Baxing's eyes twitched, and he had no choice but to block with his sword. Bing Ruoshui didn't budge. As soon as she landed, she kicked off the ground and stabbed her ice sword at Luo Baxing again. Reckless woman. Luo Baxing cursed as he was surrounded by enemies from both front and back. Golden light burst forth from his body. Clang clang clang. Luo Baxing's huge sword moved back and forth to block. The powerful shockwaves caused the two women's hands to bleed, and their swords fell to the ground. Another beauty. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in addition to the Charm Flame sect. Not bad. Luo Baxing glanced at Yu Lian and smiled. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Hee senior brother, you're really scary. Can you not kill me? Yu Lian smiled as she covered her injured hand. Her voice was lovely and moving. Her movements were naturally charming, and her peach blossom eyes were even more captivating. The surrounding men were all mesmerized by Yu Lian's voice, and they couldn't bear to hurt her. Luo Baxing seemed to be bewitched as well, and his movements became slightly sluggish. A beautiful smile hung on Yu Lian's face. She strode gracefully toward Luo Baxing with her voluptuous figure. Every smile and every movement of hers seemed to contain a charm that could steal one's soul. Not far away, Wu Meinyang stared at Yu Liayan's every movement, and her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She exclaimed in her heart, This is definitely a natural charm. Great, I must pull her into our sect. I'm sure Master will like her very much. That way, I'll have another sister. Tianxing glanced at the expressionless Wu Meinyang with his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Meinyang, is she a member of your Yanmei sect? Wu Meinyang shook her head. Not now. Not now. Tianxing was startled, but he didn't understand. Yu Lian walked up to Luo Baxing and looked at him affectionately. She raised her hand and turned her fingers into plum blossoms. Senior brother, that sword of yours is so scary. Can you put it down? Yu Lian's voice was filled with temptation. No man could resist such seduction. Luo Baxing loosened his wrist, and the huge sword stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, Yu Lian's eyes lit up. She gathered powerful spiritual energy in her hand and punched at Luo Baxing's heart. Yu Lian had thought that this move would be enough to take Luo Baxing's life. Unfortunately, she'd underestimated Luo Baxing's ability. Her punch was caught by Luo Baxing. Yu Lian was shocked and wanted to retreat, but Luo Baxing clenched her fist tightly. TSK, since you've delivered yourself to me, then I won't hold back. Luo Baxing's eyes flashed with greed as he pulled Yu Lian into his arms. As the most outstanding disciple of the three sects, how could his willpower be so weak? Even Wu Meinyang of the Charm Flame sect didn't dare to seduce him. Although Yu Lian was a natural charm, she hadn't cultivated a profound charm technique. The charm she emitted was effective against cultivators with average willpower, but it was useless against someone like Luo Baxing. Yu Lian resisted with all her might, but Luo Baxing was much stronger than her. He pressed her down and kissed her on the lips. Let her go. Bing Ruoshui shouted and stabbed at Luo Baxing with her sword. Luo Baxing's expression turned sullen as he used Yu Lian to block Bing Ruoshui's sword. Bing Ruoshui panicked and twisted in midair, stabbing to the side. Luo Baxing seized the opportunity to grab Yu Lian and rush at Bing Ruoshui, ruthlessly kicking her slender waist. He didn't have any tenderness for the fairer sex. Bing Ruoshui was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Purple Sky sect disciples couldn't hold back any longer, and they all surrounded Luo Baxing. Chen Wenyu stepped forward and shouted, Your Excellency, please let her go. Don't go too far. Luo Baxing held Yu Lian's slender neck tightly and looked at the Purple Sky sect disciples with disdain. You small sects dare to order me around? Believe it or not, I'll kill her first, then all of you. What do you want in exchange for letting her go? Chen Wenyu asked, flustered. Now that Ling Zhao's fate was unknown, Chen Wenyu knew how powerful Luo Baxing was. Even if all of them ganged up on him, they might not be Luo Baxing's match. The scene of Luo Baxing's bloody massacre was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Luo Baxing laughed sinisterly. Let this king have a taste of this woman first. Pervert! A few indignant voices shouted at the same time. Haha, she's the one who delivered herself to my doorstep. If she pleases me, I might let you go. Otherwise, you can all go to hell. Luo Baxing lowered his head and sniffed Yu Lian's hair before laughing maniacally at the sky. All right, we'll immediately find a place with no one around. I'll serve you well. Yu Lian wasn't afraid of being restrained, and she spoke with a seductive voice. Your charm isn't enough, but that's the only way you'll be able to please me. Luo Baxing squeezed Yu Lian's neck and snorted. For a moment, the Purple Sky sect disciples' expressions turned ugly. If Yu Lian was humiliated, it would undoubtedly be the most direct insult to the Purple Sky sect. That would be even more unbearable than killing her directly. Let her go, or you can die. A cold voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 329. There was no one else but Ling Xiao who spoke. He had been seriously injured by the hidden snake sword just now, but luckily he didn't lose his life. The hidden snake sword was a low-rank spirit weapon, but it was a fire attribute one. Luo Baxing had metal attribute spirit power, so the two couldn't be separated. He couldn't use the hidden snake sword to its full potential. Therefore, The energy that struck Ling Xiao was only the power of a high-rank monarch. If it was Ling Xiao who hadn't cultivated in the frigid pond for half a month, this move would have taken half his life. However, Ling Xiao's strength hadn't improved by leaps and bounds after cultivating in the frigid pond for half a month, but his body had become even more monstrous. Ling Xiao had used the 10 millennia stalagmite to cultivate his bones, but at the same time, he had also cultivated his skin, flesh, internal organs, and meridians. The defenses of all his body organs had doubled, and his bone refining realm had already entered the small success stage. With Ling Xiao's current body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to withstand a full blow from a high-rank monarch. Even an Earth sovereign wouldn't die in a short period of time. This was why Ling Xiao didn't use a profound artifact before, but just used his fists to fight. He wanted to test how strong his body had become. At the same time, he felt that there was no need to use a weapon against Luo Baxing, so he wanted to go easy on him. After all, it was best not to provoke the three sections. As for the reason why he was injured just now, it was because he was caught off guard by his opponent, causing him to suffer a loss. The attack of this low-rank spirit weapon also had its own spirituality, so it was impossible to guard against. Luo Baxing was very arrogant, thinking that Ling Xiao would die as soon as the spirit weapon appeared. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Even the others thought that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. Luo Baxing didn't continue his pursuit. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan continued to attack, giving Ling Xiao enough time to heal. But now that Yu Laiyan had been captured, Ling Xiao was enraged. If Luo Baxing really didn't know what was good for him, then he would have to start a massacre. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill Luo Baxing without Yu Laiyan suffering any injuries. Luo Baxing couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive. Even Tianxing and Wu Meinyang looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. The same thought flashed through all three of their minds. This guy is definitely wearing high-grade defensive armor. Ling Xiao took a step forward and said coldly again, "Let her go and let it go. Forget it just because you said so. Do you think you're the king of heaven? Even if God himself comes, I'll kill her today." Luo Baxing was not one to be threatened, so he immediately said angrily. He squeezed Yu Laiyan's hand even tighter, and Yu Laiyan's delicate face turned frighteningly red. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and his mental power was about to surge out from his sea of consciousness. At this time a sweet voice sounded. "Brother Luo, please give Meinyang some face and let her go. How about it?" This voice was like a spring breeze, like a heavenly scoundrel. Hearing it made one's heart feel refreshed. All the men were attracted by her voice. Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Meinyang, who had walked out. His eyes flickered, and he secretly praised in his heart, "Another enchantress." Luo Baxing squinted at Wu Meinyang and said, "Meinyang, you also want to participate?" "No. I feel that the little sister in your hand is very fated with me, so I would like to ask Brother Luo to give me some face. Meinyang will definitely thank you in the future," Wu Meinyang said indifferently. Luo Baxing hesitated. He really didn't understand what Wu Meinyang was planning. At this time Tianxing said, "Brother Luo, give Meinyang some face. We should go in." Luo Baxing glanced at Tianxing and then replied, "Since Meinyang and Xingzi are begging me, I'll give you 2 face and scram." After saying that, Luo Baxing threw Yu Laiyan out. Although he had let Yu Laiyan go, there was a huge rock in the direction where he fell. If Yu Laiyan hit the rock, she would probably be half dead even if she didn't die. Wu Meinyang didn't expect Luo Baxing to be so vicious that he actually wanted Yu Laiyan's life. Although she wanted to save Yu Laiyan, she was too far away and couldn't do it in time. Just when Yu Laiyan was about to lose his life, a wind-breaking sound was heard, and a figure caught Yu Laiyan. Whoosh! The people from the Purple Sky sect and Wu Meinyang all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously as he hugged Yu Laiyan. Yu Laiyan's pale face had a satisfied smile on it. She hooked her delicate hands around Ling Xiao's neck and said, "I'm fine. I know you'll definitely save me." When Ling Xiao heard her words, not only did he not feel happy at all, he instead became heavy. As his women gradually increased, he himself was also constantly becoming stronger. However, he was one person and had no time to spare. If he offended someone and they attacked his woman, what should he do? Could he be by their side at all times? This was obviously impossible. An invisible sense of responsibility arose in Ling Xiao's heart. If a man couldn't even protect his own woman, what kind of man would he be? It seems that I have to find a way to make them all stronger, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Laugh, you're holding a great beauty like me and you're still distracted. I'm so angry. Yu Lian saw that Ling Xiao's eyes were focused on her, but unfortunately he wasn't looking at her. She only felt extremely angry and twisted his waist. Ouch! Ling Xiao let out a soft cry, then smiled faintly and said, "It's my fault. Senior sister, come down first. With so many people watching, it's so embarrassing." Yu Lian recovered some of her charm and said with a smile, "Don't act like you've got ping-yi. Many people want to hug me, but they don't have the luck." Although she said that, she still reluctantly got down from Ling Xiao's arms. After Yu Lian stood still, she turned to Wu Meinyang, who was not far away, and cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your words, big sister. May I know your name?" For some reason, Yu Lian felt a natural sense of closeness to Wu Meinyang, and Wu Meinyang felt the same. Wu Meinyang leisurely walked in front of Yu Lian, took her hand, and said with a face full of joy, "I didn't help much. Why are you so polite?" "I'm Wu Meinyang, 22 this year. I don't know if you..." Yu Lian hurriedly replied. "Then I'm 1 year older than you. I'm Yu Lian, a disciple of the Purple Sky sect." "Then I'll have to call you big sister Yu." Wu Meinyang didn't put on any airs and actually bowed slightly to Yu Lian. Yu Lian hurriedly supported Wu Meinyang and said, "Meinyang, don't be like this. I can't bear it." Wu Meinyang smiled sweetly and said, "What's there to bear? From now on, we'll call each other sisters. If anyone dares to bully you again, little sister will definitely seek justice for big sister." At the same time, she specially glared at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing felt depressed. Did this Wu Meinyang eat the wrong medicine? She actually lowered her status to address a woman from a low-level sect as sisters. This was really a bit strange. It wasn't just Luo Baxing. Even the others were a bit confused. At this time, Tianxing spoke again. "Meinyang, brother Luo, are you going in or not? If you don't go in, our Light Star Hall will take everything for ourselves." Star child, your appetite is too big. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Luo Baxing snorted, glared at Ling Xiao, and then strode towards the hall. Wu Meinyang pulled Yu Lian's hand and said, "Big sister, do you want to go in and take a look?" Yu Lian looked at Ling Xiao with some difficulty. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a faint smile, "Let's go in. In any case, I also plan to go in and take a look, so I think you guys won't have any objections." "No, if you dare take even half a step forward, this king will kill you first." Luo Baxing immediately turned around and roared. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward, his tiger-like eyes cold as he looked at Luo Baxing arrogantly. He said indifferently, "Do you think you can kill me just because you have a spirit weapon?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's aura rose to its peak, and his mental energy turned into invisible pressure that pressed down on Luo Baxing. How could Luo Baxing be weak? His half-step king-level aura suddenly rose. However, he found that when his aura reached its peak, it was tightly suppressed by another even more terrifying pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his back, making him unable to move. For a moment, Luo Baxing felt that breathing had become abnormally difficult, and his mind had become heavy. His aura instantly plummeted, and his entire face turned red with grievance. On the other hand, Ling Xiao approached step by step, his aura still rising all the way. Although he only had the strength of a high-ranked spirit master, this pressure was actually not lower than a true king level. Heavenly Star and Wu Meinyang both revealed expressions of shock. They suddenly understood why he was able to repeatedly make Luo Baxing suffer losses. Could it be that this kid has suppressed his realm? Ling Xiao withdrew his mental energy and didn't look at Luo Baxing at all. Instead, he spoke to Heavenly Star and Wu Meinyang. "Our Purple Sky sect will definitely enter this hall. What do you two think?" Although there was a hint of questioning in his tone, he also expressed his firm stance. Even if you don't let me enter this hall, I will still enter. A few traces of imperceptible sharpness flashed through Heavenly Star's eyes, and a bright smile hung on his handsome face as he said, "Before we came in, we already said that we can leave a place for the sect that can last until the end, and your Purple Sky sect is the only one that can still stand here and speak, so you can enter with us. What do you think, Meinyang?" Wu Meinyang replied indifferently, "I have no objections, but I must bring my sister in to take a look." Heavenly Star glanced at Luo Baxing, who was not far away, and didn't even bother asking. He directly announced, "Then this junior brother will go in with us to see what treasures there are inside. However, let me say the ugly words first. The things inside will depend on your own ability. If you don't have the courage, it's better not to go in." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Life and death are up to fate. Everyone, please go first." Immediately after, Heavenly Star, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing took the lead and entered the hall. Luo Baxing's heart was extremely sullen. Just now, he had been suppressed by Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't move, and he had lost all his face. In his heart, he was extremely ruthless towards Ling Xiao. He was waiting for Ling Xiao and the others to enter the hall, and then he would definitely kill the Purple Sky sect. However, speaking of which, he really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could suppress him in terms of aura. He was clearly only a high-level spirit master, so how could he suppress him in terms of aura? No matter how powerful you are, you will still die later. Luo Baxing clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a thick killing intent. Chapter 330. There were already 27 people waiting respectfully in the hall, 18 men and 9 women. These people were all from the 3 sections. Ling Xiao had already sensed that there were many powerful auras inside, but when he saw these 27 people, he was still shocked. These youths were all around 25 years old, and the oldest was definitely no older than 28. Each of them had strength no lower than a peak spirit master, and more than half of them had broken through the shackles of a spirit master, and were already half a step into the king level. Seeing these people, Ling Xiao's expression couldn't help but become serious. If they all attacked together, wouldn't the 10 people from the Purple Sky sect be enough? He couldn't help but regret his impulsiveness. If he had come in alone, he could come and go as he pleased, but he had brought companions from his sect, which greatly increased the pressure on him. The 3 sects' foundations are indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the strength of the other high-level sections. Ling Xiao hurriedly reminded Chen Wenyu, "Senior Chen, when the battle starts, you must not stay. Take everyone and evacuate immediately." How could Chen Wenyu not know the seriousness of the matter? He immediately nodded slightly to Ling Xiao. There were a total of 30 people from the 3 rank 7 sects, plus the 13 from the Purple Sky sect. A total of 43 people walked into the hall. The powerful restriction in front of the hall had already been broken by Tianxing, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing. The group of people walked into the second floor of the hall, without any obstructions. When everyone entered the second floor, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. This floor was actually filled with weapons, and they were all rank 3 profound weapons. There were over 1,000 of them, knives, swords, hooks, spears, and all kinds of weapons. Wow, so many weapons. This sword is a high rank 3 sword. A Purple Sky sect disciple couldn't suppress his excitement and shouted. The other Purple Sky sect disciples also had the same light in their eyes, as if they would start fighting with a single command. "A group of country bumpkins," Luo Baxing said disdainfully. The disciples of the 3 sects also showed expressions of ridicule to the Purple Sky sect. Although there was only a 1-word difference between a 7th grade sect and an 8th grade sect, the gap was still quite large. They were all juniors who were used to seeing the general situation, and they were also the most outstanding disciples in the sect. The ordinary profound weapons that they used were at least 3rd-tier high-level weapons. In the face of these 3rd-tier profound weapons, although they were shocked, they were absolutely not like those disciples of the Purple Sky sect who lost their composure. Tianxing said, "These are only low-level Xian artifacts. If everyone is interested, you can choose as you please. Our Lightstar Hall will not participate. After saying that, he lifted his arrogant head and walked up to the second floor. Wu Meinyang didn't stop and followed Tianxing's footsteps. Luo Baxing snorted coldly, but he didn't stop. With a wave of his hand, he led his people in pursuit. They all knew that the higher one went, the more precious the items would be. When Ling Xiao saw that the people of the three sects had left in disdain, he immediately turned to his companions and said, "They are rich and overbearing, unlike us. Everyone, feel free to choose. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it for a lot of Xian crystals." With Ling Xiao's words, the people of the Purple Sky sect immediately pounced towards the profound weapons. This is a third-tier high-grade Aurora sword. This is great, I want this sword. Haha, this dragon-shaped saber is just right for me. I want this shadow spear. Ling Xiao let them choose, while he casually waved his hand and took out 100 different profound weapons from the mini profound weapons. Then he went up to the third floor. When the others saw Ling Xiao's carefree manner, they didn't stand on ceremony, and took out their spatial rings at the same time, sweeping away all the profound weapons here. When they reached the third floor, it was another scene. There were still profound weapons here. However, the profound weapons here made the people of the three sects lose their composure. These profound weapons were all 4th tier and above. There weren't as many as on the second floor, but there were still 200 to 300 of them. Everyone became anxious. Only their leader remained indifferent. These are not worth us taking action. How about I suggest we split them evenly? Tianxing spoke first. Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing didn't have any objections. However, Luo Baxing specifically said, "Only our three sects are allowed to split it evenly." His words immediately excluded the Purple Sky sect. When he said this, Ling Xiao had just walked up and heard it clearly. Ling Xiao looked around at the 4th tier profound weapons and said with a chuckle, "Everyone in the Purple Sky sect can only choose one. The rest are yours." His words were very firm, but he wasn't greedy. There were 200 to 300 4th tier profound weapons here, and he only asked everyone to choose one, which was enough to give the three sects face. "No, I've given you all the profound weapons below. You can't touch a single one here. Moreover, what right do you have to share them with us?" Luo Baxing glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes flashed and he said with a cold smile, "With my name Ling Xiao, these 13 profound weapons are mine." Arrogant. For a moment, several half-step king stage cultivators shouted at Ling Xiao at the same time. They couldn't get used to Ling Xiao's arrogant tone. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only a disciple of an 8th-rank sect, and his strength was only that of a high-ranked spirit master. They hadn't seen the scene of Ling Xiao fighting Luo Baxing just now, and they all thought that Ling Xiao and the others were able to sneak in because their leader pitted these low-level sect disciples out of kindness. Ling Xiao didn't move in the face of these imposing auras. His expression didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. In reality, he had already used his mental strength to split into 5, and he was simultaneously resisting the pressure emitted by these people. They were in a deadlock for a while, and the auras of the half-step king stage cultivators gradually weakened. Ling Xiao was still as unmoving as a mountain. He straightened his back and said with a relaxed expression, "I want 13. You don't have any objections, do you?" With that, he raised his hand slightly, and when he opened his palm, the 13 profound weapons magically floated in the air. The people of the three sects were shocked, especially Luo Baxing, whose expression became even more gloomy. He knew that Ling Xiao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He could actually reach the realm of telekinesis. This realm seemed to be something that could only be achieved by those who had reached the Earth Sovereign stage. Even King stage cultivators could only reach the realm of telekinesis. There was only a small difference between telekinesis and telekinesis, but the realms were completely different. After reaching the king tier, the former would be able to use spiritual energy to pull things closer to themselves. After reaching the monarch tier, the latter would be able to use the surrounding spiritual energy, and they would be able to take anything within 100 meters. It would be like using their own hands, and they would be able to take anything they wanted. However, the former would only be able to absorb spiritual energy, and they wouldn't be able to pause in between. Ling Xiao had done this on purpose. He had specifically suspended the 13 profound weapons in the air, and then slowly floated toward him. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony as he collected the 4th grade profound weapons. His expression was still indifferent, as if he had done something insignificant. All right, our Purple Sky sect has taken our share. Please do as you wish, Ling Xiao said to the people of the 3 sects, and then didn't look at the profound weapons again. The people of the 3 sects came back to their senses and began to divide the 4th grade profound weapons equally. However, from time to time, the people of the 3 sects would glance at Ling Xiao out of the corner of their eyes, fear in their eyes. Tianxing and Luo Baxing's expressions turned ugly, as if they were trying to figure out what method Ling Xiao had used to telekinesis. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't even at the king stage, let alone the Earth Sovereign stage. Does he have a spirit weapon? The two of them thought at the same time. It had to be said that their imaginations were very rich. As for Wu Meinyang, she completely ignored her and continued to chat with Yu Lai Yan, as if they were good sisters who had known each other for many years. After a while, all the profound armaments here had been shaved clean. It's time to go up to the 4th floor. I wonder what's up there, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he stretched his back. Let's go. Tianxing didn't waste any more time and took the lead. The people of the 3 sects walked at the front, and the people of the Purple Sky sect followed. When he reached the 4th floor, he saw rows and rows of messy bookshelves. Books were scattered all over the place. A disciple of the Light Star Hall picked up a book and flipped through it a few times. He immediately exclaimed, "Green. Green tier profound skill, 6 explosive fire strike technique." The words green tier profound skill immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dozens of people quickly rushed towards the books. No sect would complain about having too many profound skills, and every profound skill had its own unique value. In the Purple Sky sect, a green tier profound skill was already the peak, but in the 3 7th grade sects, a green tier profound skill was also a fine product. Although they had a collection of blue tier profound skills, it wasn't something that anyone could learn. Therefore, these green tier profound skills were precious things that most people wouldn't dislike. Even if it wasn't suitable for one's own cultivation, they could still be used to exchange for it. Its value wasn't low at all. This is a blue tier sword skill. This is great. A heavy sword sect disciple suddenly exclaimed. He was holding a book in his hand, and his face was full of joy. "Give it to me, I found it first," a disciple of the Light Star Hall beside him said with red eyes. And without any explanation, he snatched the blue tier sword skill. "Bastard, quickly return the blue tier sword skill to me, or I'll fight you to the death." The disciple of the heavy sword sect shouted angrily. "Humph, if you have the ability, then come and take it." How could the disciple of the Light Star Hall be willing to hand it over? Blue tier profound skills were extremely precious in their sect, and now that they had snatched it, they naturally wouldn't hand it over. "I'll kill you." The disciple of the heavy sword sect waved his huge sword and attacked the disciple of the Light Star Hall. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The disciple of the Light Star Hall wasn't afraid and took out a flexible sword to meet the attack. For a moment, the two of them disregarded the surrounding people and started fighting. "Junior brother, senior brother will help you." A heavy sword sect disciple who was half a step into the king stage shouted from behind. "You want to win by numbers? I'll fight you." A Light Star Hall disciple who was half a step into the king stage was unwilling to be outdone, and he went to meet the attack. The flames of battle were ignited between the people of the heavy sword sect and the Light Star Hall. All of them put down the books in their hands and looked as if they were going to fight with their lives on the line. Chapter 331. Enough, there are so many Xian skills here. There are some that are suitable for you. Whoever dares to fight for it will be killed without mercy. Disciples of our sect, retreat. Seeing that the battle was about to erupt, Tianxing shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Light Star Hall retreated to his side unwillingly. "Return my Xian skill first." The heavy sword sect disciple shouted unwillingly at the Light Star Hall disciple who had just snatched his Xian skill. It seemed that if he didn't return it, he would still fight. The person from the Light Star Hall didn't speak, but Tianxing shouted at him sternly, "Take it out." The Light Star Hall disciple unwillingly took out his Xian skill and threw it at the heavy sword sect disciple. "Meinyang brother Luo, let's split the Xian skills here equally," Tianxing said with a faint smile. The other two had no objections and nodded at the same time. Although the mystical skills here were not bad, it was not the time for them to fight each other to the death. Who knows, maybe the best things that existed above were the ones above. Therefore, the three of them knew that if they wanted to fight, they had to see something that could make them fight for it at all costs before taking action. Ling Xiao squinted at the people from the three sects and thought to himself, "It's good that they're not on the same side." The people from the three sects began to divide the Xian skills, and Ling Xiao still didn't stand on ceremony and took 13 Xian skills. Everyone knew Ling Xiao's strength, so no one said anything. Only Luo Baxing's expression became even more gloomy. Just as everyone was about to walk up to the 5th floor, Ling Xiao turned to his companions and said, "All of you go down. No matter what's up there, it's not something you can touch." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the people from the three sects looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Tianxing and Meinyang's eyes flashed with admiration at the same time, while Luo Baxing's eyelids twitched. If the Purple Sky sect withdrew because of this, then his plan would be ruined. "What, are you all cowards from the Purple Sky sect?" Luo Baxing said sarcastically. The people from the Purple Sky sect instantly looked ugly. Zhao Nan shouted, "We want to go up too." "Zhao Nan, don't be impulsive. We should listen to junior apprentice brother Ling. Let's go down." Chen Wenyu was the more composed and immediately advised Zhao Nan. "That's right. You guys should just obediently scram. The good stuff up there won't belong to you, you lowly cowards." Another disciple from the heavy sword school joined in. "Haha, that's right. How could a low-level sect like yours be worthy of sharing with us? Hurry up and scram back to your mother's place to drink milk," sneered another. "Junior brother, even if we die, we can't let people look down on our Purple Heaven sect." Yanzei, who rarely spoke, stood up and said firmly, "That's right. Even if we die, we can't be seen as cowards," another disciple of the Purple Sky sect replied. The others all expressed their unwillingness to leave. They clearly knew that this was the other party's provocation, but they still persisted, not for anything else, but for the glory of the sect and their own unyielding pride. If they still remained indifferent after being humiliated like this, and listened to Ling Xiao's words, then perhaps their cultivation in this lifetime would definitely be limited. Martial artists paid particular attention to bravery and diligence. Only by being unafraid of death could one break through the shackles and become an expert. Ling Xiao understood this quite well, so he didn't say anything more. He just secretly decided that he would protect them no matter what. After all, he was the leader of the sect, so he had to be responsible for their safety. "Let's go. Pay attention to those sons of B***cheese who were talking just now. If you notice anything wrong, retreat immediately. Dead people don't have any backbone." Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the people from the heavy sword sect. "Who are you calling a grandson?" Luo Baxing shouted, pointing at Ling Xiao. The other heavy sword school disciples all raised their heads, looking very indignant, as if they were about to attack the Purple Sky sect. "Whoever answers is a grandson. Why do you want to kill me here? Can you do it?" Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked straight at Luo Baxing. Seeing that Luo Baxing was about to make a move, Wu Meinyang opened her mouth from the side. "If you want to fight or kill, you should first see if there's anything up there." Just wait and see." Luo Baxing clenched his fist, shook his head, and walked up with his companions. The others couldn't wait to follow. There were already so many good things on the first 3 floors, so the things on the upper 2 floors would definitely be even more extraordinary. However, when they reached the 5th floor, everyone was dumbfounded. There were no high-grade profound artifacts or profound skills like they had imagined, nor were there any spirit pills. There were only 5 corpses lying on the ground. Could it be that the things here have already been taken away? Tianxing guessed with an ugly expression. It's possible. There's still a floor above. If someone really wants to take it, then there shouldn't be anything on the upper floor. Wu Meinyang couldn't hide her disappointment as she replied. Impossible. Isn't this a 6th-rank sect? How come there's nothing but trash here? Luo Baxing cursed. He waved his hand and a sharp wave of metal energy smashed into the corpses. That's impossible. Boom. When the golden aura approached the 5 corpses, there was a loud explosion. What bad luck, let's go up and take a look. Luo Baxing spat, and then said to everyone. Everyone nodded, and was about to go up. Wait, Ling Xiao called out with a raised eyebrow. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing. Don't follow me if you don't want to go up, coward. Luo Baxing turned back and scolded disdainfully. Just as Luo Baxing was about to go up, everyone stopped moving. They just stared in one direction, their pupils constricting and fluctuating. What's wrong with you guys? Luo Baxing said unhappily. Young master, that corpse. One of the heavy sword sect's disciples stuttered, and at the same time he kept retreating. He wasn't the only one retreating. The others were also retreating as if they had seen something terrifying. Luo Baxing didn't know what was going on. He frowned and said, "What are you talking about? You're stuttering." Suddenly, Luo Baxing felt a sense of danger at the back of his head. "Young master, behind you!" One of the heavy sword sect's disciples cried out and stabbed at Luo Baxing with his profound weapon. Luo Baxing was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Luo Baxing shouted angrily. "Zhonglong, what are you doing?" "Young master, the corpses have come back to life," the heavy sword sect's disciple hurriedly explained. Only then did Luo Baxing turn to look at the corpses. Sure enough, the 5 corpses had stood up, and one of them was still where he had been standing. Clearly, it was the one who had attacked him. What's going on? Luo Baxing was shocked. "It's all your fault. That palm of yours broke the restriction and allowed these puppets to move." Tianxing snorted. The corpses in front of him weren't living corpses, but puppets that had been refined by someone when they were alive. Normally, puppets were refined by alchemists. First, they would use a special refining method to soak a person who had just died. Then they would use other precious materials to separate all the muscles, so that the corpse would never decay, and the puppet would still maintain its original fighting strength. But since these puppets were inanimate objects, they couldn't use their original attributes to attack. That was one of the biggest drawbacks of puppets. The advantage of puppets was that they didn't have any offensive capabilities. As long as they were ordered to, they would attack with all their might until they were destroyed. The stronger the puppet when it was alive, the stronger the puppet it was refined would be. Although the 5 puppets in front of them didn't emit any aura, and were covered by thick armor, only their bloodless faces could be seen. Each face had 5 veined patterns. Each pattern represented an Earth Sovereign puppet. 5 veined patterns meant that these 5 were Earth Sovereign puppets. An Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse represented the highest level of combat power in the vast Northwest. But there were 5 Earth Sovereign puppets in front of them. That was why everyone's expressions were so ugly. Damn, we're in big trouble now. Luo Baxing gulped. Everyone on guard, destroy them for me. Tianxing immediately gave the order. He took out the silver falcon mirror, and with a flash of light, an extremely tyrannical energy shot towards the puppets. Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing didn't mind and took out their profound weapons. Wu Meinyang took out a pearl that emitted a 5-colored glow. This pearl was also a low-grade spirit weapon, but it was half a grade higher than Tianxing and Luo Baxing's. It was a mid-6th grade spirit weapon called the 5-element spirit pearl. This kind of bead was a spirit bead refined from a combination of natural treasures of the 5 elements. The power it could unleash was extremely great. Any one of the 5 elements could use it. If its owner was of the metal attribute, it could transform into a metal attribute attack. If its owner was of the fire attribute, it could transform into a fire attribute attack, and so on. It was obvious that this 5-element spirit pearl was extraordinary. Wu Meinyang used her jade hands to activate the 5-element spirit pearl and attack the puppet. The flames were so bright that they almost drowned the entire floor in an instant. Fortunately, the pavilion had already been set up with a powerful restriction, so it didn't show any signs of being damaged by the powerful spiritual energy. Tianxing, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing each took on a puppet, while the disciples of the 3 sects attacked the other puppet. In the end, the puppet walked step by step towards the people of the Purple Sky sect. Everyone attack from afar, don't let it get close, Ling Xiao ordered. None of the people from the Purple Sky sect dared to hesitate, and they all used all their strength to attack the puppet. Unfortunately, the earthly sovereign rank puppet's body was extremely tough, and their attacks were useless against it. Moreover, it didn't feel anything at all, only endless killing intent. After being attacked repeatedly, the puppet's energy finally awakened. It let out a strange cry, and turned into a shadow that charged towards the people of the Purple Sky sect. The other puppets also became ferocious. Be careful, all of you retreat. Ling Xiao was shocked. He couldn't catch the puppet's movements at all, so he could only shout. At the same time, he took out the ice and fire swords and entered a desperate state. This puppet was an inanimate object, so there was no way to use spiritual energy to attack it. The innate Yin Wind evil chi was only effective against living things, so the only thing he could rely on was the blue demon flame. Chapter 332. The puppet's speed was very fast and it directly ignored the attribute attacks that were piling up. A simple punch smashed towards Yanzei, who was closest to it. Yanzei didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the punch and spat out a few liters of blood. His entire body flew far away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How could a punch from an Earth sovereign be so easily taken? Even a king stage couldn't take it, let alone a spirit master. Yanzei. Zhao Nan saw that Yanzei had been hit and immediately shouted, "I'll destroy you!" And the spear in his hand pierced towards the waist of the puppet. However, he discovered that it was as if he had pierced a steel plate, and with a ding sound, he was unable to pierce the puppet's body and was momentarily shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, the puppet's fist had already smashed over. Pooh! Zhao Nan's chest was heavily punched and his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like Yanzei. The rest of the Purple Sky sect disciples didn't retreat, and one after another, they used their full strength to attack the puppet. Rumble. The puppet didn't know how to dodge and took all the attacks. It should be destroyed. When Kudai sighed with lingering fear. However, when all the smoke dissipated, the puppet that was as black as a devil was still standing in the same place without any damage. It let out a strange cry and rushed towards Wen Kudai. Its speed was like a ghost and astonishingly fast. Wen Kudai was still like Yanzei and didn't realize that the puppet had already arrived in front of her. Junior sister, go away. Shi Tianho, who was beside Wen Kudai, was quite alert and shouted. He pushed Wen Kudai away and chopped at the puppet with his axe shining with a golden light. Ding! The axe and the puppet's fists collided intimately and gave off a metallic sound. Pooh! Shi Tianho felt a strong recoil and a sweet taste came from his mouth. A mouthful of blood blossomed and the axe in his hands cracked. This was the strength of an Earth sovereign puppet. Shi Tianho was only a middle-stage spirit master, and the difference in strength was too great. There was simply no way to compare. Moreover, the hardness of this puppet's body was comparable to a 5th-tier profound armament. How could that pair of broad axes withstand a single punch from it? The puppet wanted to kill its way forward, but no one from the Purple Heaven sect dared to step forward. This was because the puppet had no flaws, and with their strength, no matter how they attacked, it would be useless. Their hearts went cold, and they were extremely regretful that they'd rashly followed him just now. Just when everyone thought that they would be doomed, a figure attacked the puppet from behind. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and slashed at the puppet with the ice and fire sword. The puppet didn't sense any danger at all, and it took a direct hit from Ling Xiao's sword. Just as it was about to retaliate against Ling Xiao had already retreated. Just now, His sword contained the blue demon flame, and the flames had already started burning on the puppet's body. However, the puppet didn't feel any pain at all. Its entire body was on fire, and it still charged at Ling Xiao. "Everyone retreat!" Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand shot out another ray of fire. Pum! The flames on the puppet's body grew stronger, but it had already reached Ling Xiao's side, and was attacking Ling Xiao's head. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he couldn't be faster than the speed of an Earth Sovereign stage. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide, and he held his head with both hands, preparing to receive the Earth Sovereign stage's punch. However, the blue flames on the puppet's body just happened to burn its arm. Bam! An Earth Sovereign stage puppet was actually burned to the point of shriveling, and in the end not even a scrap was left. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in relief. If it wasn't for the heavenly fire, they might have all been wiped out this time. On the other side, Heavenly Star fought alone. With the silver falcon mirror in his hand, he attacked several times in a row, beating the puppet to a pulp. However, puppets were puppets in the end, and they didn't know what pain was. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they would continue to attack. Heavenly Star only spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a punch from the puppet, and he was still able to fight. Needless to say, he was wearing a high-grade defensive armor. After a fierce battle, Heavenly Star, Wu Meinyang, and Luo Baxing all destroyed the puppets. Heavenly Star and Luo Baxing were both injured, and only Wu Meinyang was unharmed. It was clear that the 5-element spirit pearls in her hands were more destructive than their spirit weapons. On the other side, the 3 sects fought a single puppet together. Many of them were seriously injured, and some were even beaten to death. If Wu Meinyang hadn't come to help in time, the casualties would have been even worse. When all 5 puppets were destroyed, everyone heaved sighs of relief. Most of them sat down and consumed pills to recover. On the Purple Sky sect's side, Yanzei and Zhao Nan weren't dead, but they were seriously injured and in critical condition. Although the 2 of them had taken medicinal pills, it would be difficult for them to truly recover without heavenly treasures or high-grade medicinal pills. Their internal organs had been displaced and bleeding, and several ribs had been broken. They didn't have Ling Xiao's freakish recovery ability. Although Shi Tianhou was injured, he was in a much better state. Both his arms had been shaken to the point of dislocation, and he should be fine after taking pills and resting for half a month. For a time, all the Purple Sky sect disciples looked dejected. However, compared to the 3 sects, the Purple Sky sect's losses were the least. "All of you retreat for now, and take care of the 3 senior brothers," Ling Xiao said solemnly to the rest of the Purple Sky sect, glancing at the 3 seriously injured people. After experiencing this puppet attack, everyone had been frightened. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, they might have been completely annihilated. No one dared to hesitate, and they quickly carried Yanzei, Zhao Nan, and Shi Tianhou out of the pavilion. Yu Lian, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, and Luo Meiying all knew that their strength was too low to be of any help, so they could only helplessly retreat. After his companions left, Ling Xiao looked around at the people of the 3 sects, his expression indifferent. His gaze finally landed on Luo Baxing, and he said in a joking manner, "Brother Wang, weren't you very powerful? How could you be injured by a mere puppet? Aya, it's not that I want to criticize you, but don't think that you're unparalleled just because you have a spiritual artifact. You're still calling me this king, this king." Luo Baxing was only half a step into the king stage, and he hadn't become a true king yet. Ling Xiao really didn't like hearing him call himself this king. Now that there was an opportunity to ridicule him, how could he miss it? Luo Baxing's eyes were filled with resentment. If he wasn't injured, he would have immediately fought to the death with Ling Xiao. However, although Luo Baxing didn't make a move, there were people from the Heavy Sword sect who spoke up for him. An uninjured half a step into the king's stage stood up and shouted, "Mere Spirit Master, don't be so arrogant." With that, he shot toward Ling Xiao, and a palm that contained all the spiritual energy in his body slapped toward Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one palm. However, just as his palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, he felt his palm hit empty air. He hadn't hit his target, and the corner of his eye twitched. "So what if you're a spirit master? Even if you're already at the king stage, I can still beat you into a pig's head. Ling Xiao appeared behind the half-step into the king stage and shouted. His fists glowed with a golden light, and dozens of fist shadows smashed toward the half-step into the king stage's back like a storm. Bang bang. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to fight with me, Ling Xiao said indignantly as he chased after the half-step into the king stage. Apart from the dozens of punches that had attacked his back, the rest landed on the half-step into the king stage's face. Ah! The half-step into the king stage felt like he was trapped in a sea of fists, and he couldn't tell which direction he was going to go. His face burned with pain, and it was even more painful than death. Stop. Two figures rushed out from the heavy sword sect and attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Being attacked from behind, Ling Xiao had no choice but to throw the half-step into the king stage back. One of the people from the heavy sword sect caught the injured half-step into the king stage, and the other took out a huge sword and went straight for Ling Xiao. This person was also a half-step into the king stage, and he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat his companion. It was just that his companion had been careless for a moment. Ling Xiao didn't fear the incoming attack, and instead smiled. His legs turned into countless leg shadows. Wind God kick second form. Grass in the wind. The tip of his foot kicked the half-step into the king stage's huge sword to the side, and in the next moment, the leg shadows were as fast as a hurricane, stomping on the half-step into the king stage's chest. Bang bang. Pooh. The half-step into the king stage wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, and he was kicked dozens of times in a row. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the wall not far away. Ling Xiao had defeated two half-step into the king stage in a row, and a relaxed smile hung on his face. He flicked his martial clothes and said, "You guys still have the nerve to say that you're half-step into the king stage, but you can't even beat a mere spirit master like me. I really don't know what to say about you guys." Ling Xiao had a pained expression on his face, and everyone knew that he was purely trying to anger the people from the heavy sword sect, especially Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing couldn't take it anymore, and the other disciples of the heavy sword sect also looked indignant. Wu Meinyang, who wasn't injured, glanced at Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange light. She continued, "Everyone, now is not the time for internal strife. There's still a floor above us, and it won't be too late to fight once we get there. Let's go up now." Luo Baxing's eyes were filled with anger, and he knew that Wu Meinyang was right. He could only suppress his impulse and take the lead. The people of the heavy sword sect glared at Ling Xiao and followed closely behind him. Tianxing stood up and glanced at Ling Xiao, then turned around and walked up as well. At the same time he sighed. What a pity! What a pity! No one knew what he was regretting about. However, Ling Xiao gave Wu Meinyang and Tianxing a meaningful look, and was about to walk up. At this time, Wu Meinyang intentionally or unintentionally approached Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes shone with a captivating light. She said in a sweet voice, "Junior brother is truly a hero. You even dare to offend the heavy sword sect. Aren't you afraid that they'll deal with your purple sky sect?" Looking at the dreamy eyes and listening to the demonic voice, Ling Xiao only felt that his thoughts had become slow, and a wave of heat actually rose uncontrollably. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reply, "It's not that I want to offend them, but they've gone too far. Even if I don't offend them, they won't let us go. Why don't we?" Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but a cold intent reached the top of his head, causing him to instantly regain his clarity. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.